Thousands of people have mysteriously vanished in America's wilderness. Join us as we dive into the deep end of the unexplainable and try to piece together what happened. You are listening to Locations Unknown.
What's up, everybody? Mike is fixing a TV right now. This is the problem with live streaming. You figure it out? We're watching the stream on another TV to make sure it works, and he had the volume all the way up, so we would just repeat in the background. Oh, Christina says she called it and sent a text here and there. Are you figuring it out? It's what on this computer too. Yes, it is. Mike, there's 8 people watching you right now. You better hurry up. That's all right. All right. We're here. Oh, I got to turn your mic on. There we go. And we're here. Andy's not coming till later. I'm going to actually remove that video maybe. I'll hide it off in the corner until he comes. There we go. All right.
This is weird.
This is weird. That's okay, though. Oh, I wasn't even recording on our end. It's just streaming. Now I'm recording. Okay, so anyway.
This first half hour is for me and Joe to warm up.
Yes.
Before it really gets going.
We can talk about what we plan on doing.
Yeah, so we do have an exciting show. Starting at 7, the hosts of National Park After Dark will be joining us. And then from 8 to 8:30, we've got the hosts from Crime Off the Grid. So they were 2 law enforcement park rangers for 30 years in the national park system. So I'm really excited to talk to them about their stories.
If you put nice comments up, I'm just going to throw them up on the board.
Yeah.
So if you want to be seen, just say really cool, nice things, and I'll throw it up there.
And then from 8:30 to 9, we've got our members only call that everyone can watch. And you could still sign up for Patreon in the next hour and join that call if you'd like.
Oh,
so
this is like a marathon. Call in now.
Yeah. Oh, we do have a number that people can call in. We'll have to figure out on the fly how to get that to work. So
I can hear it still. Or is that your phone?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm hearing a reverb somewhere. You're live streaming it on like 10 devices in the studio.
Where was I? Yeah. And then from 9 to 10, Andy should hopefully be here by then. And we're going to go through a bunch of voicemails we have and just kind of react to some comments and just.
Andy just, they had a new baby.
Yeah.
So he's on daddy duty. He had to come a little bit later.
Yeah.
And our pizza's going to get delivered later.
Yeah. We have food coming. It's going to be a long night. And then we've got Evan to wrap it up, and he could talk for 5 hours probably. So.
Yeah, you will talk for like 5 hours. So
yeah,
thanks everyone that's all logging on. We got 11 people here already. Awesome. Cool. So what we could talk about updates on the show. The reason we are doing this is we've always talked about wanting to do it, and the building we're in, they are renovating to be all housing, essentially, like upscale apartments and stuff. And apparently they don't want 2 bozos doing true crime podcasts in the basement when they are doing the renovation. So we're going to move to another location. And we don't know how permanent that will be. We're kind of playing it by ear, but this was the impetus for us doing this thing and kicking it off. Hello from Portland, Oregon. Courtney, what's up? But yeah, we got people from Florida, Alabama, Canada, Portland, all over the place. That's awesome. So and San Diego. Heck yeah. What we could do, since we're just warming up and making sure everything works, if you guys have questions, throw them out there. Just and we'll be happy to answer any of them, make them appropriate Otherwise, I won't put them up on the board. I'll ignore you. We could do trivia too and ask them things about like how you pronounce words and I pronounce words and see who's been a long time listener.
Right.
Like what's Mike's most mispronounced word?
Disorientation.
It's for them. And you actually just said it right. Yeah, the people on the street are the best part. That's what I'm going to miss about being in the studio is I started a log of the funny things we'd hear people say, because what's interesting is when people are walking by, they don't think we can hear them, and you actually can hear them really well. Like normal conversation volume, we can hear like through the glass what they're saying. And there's a hilarious things that are said that they'll stand in the window for like 20 minutes and go, "Is this a podcast?" And like stuff like that. There's one guy who walked by in one of the nerdiest voices I've ever heard. And I'm going to look this up because I wrote it down in a Google Keep. Oh, I don't want to go to that website. Keep.
While you're looking that up, over the stretch where I was sick, someone on Spotify branded me as Mr. Cough. So, because everyone enjoys being sick.
Yes. That's the one thing that we're going to kowtow to, if that's a proper term for it, with editing, because we famously don't edit anything at all. Like we would record the show and post it.
Yeah.
Like even all the music and stuff, I have a soundboard here. So like the intro or the breakdown, all this music, that's all just done live. So the one thing we've started doing is we're going back and editing out like coughs and ums and things like that, because it's making people upset for some reason.
Yeah, there's a lot of powerful tools now that haven't been around for too long that we can now easily edit out a lot of that ums. I realized how many times I say in an episode, so I get why people
how many times do you do it? Yeah, mix that in with the coughs and stuff. Are you good? You are like frantically hitting buttons and doing things.
I'm
You're
good.
okay? You're right?
How's the stream sound to everyone listening? Anyone wants to just
let's see. Oh, what story have you covered that has stuck with you the most, like strange disappearances, etc.? That's a great question. Mike, you go first. What's your favorite story you think of?
Just kidding. Oh, wow. Trying to think. We're on to 136 episodes, so it's a lot of cases now. I can't think of a specific one, but it's the ones where they're on the trail, like right behind their party for a second, and then all of a sudden they vanish. Someone looks away and then looks back. Like the kid that went missing in Crater Lake.
Okay.
Remember that?
Yes.
That case? He went up over a hill and was just gone.
Yes. I have the exact same, not story, but the exact same background. So any case, I think it was like Mount Baker.
Okay.
And it was a guy, and he had like a yellow jacket on, or he had a brightly colored jacket. It was snowing. He was with two other guys. And remember, they had a camp, and he had to go like around a bend, and there was another camp, and it was heavily populated in both camps. And you could see the turn from each camp. And he went around, the bend and just disappeared, was gone.
Yeah.
And it was on like a well-marked trail. Lots of people were on it. Never found him again. That was the one where we almost suspected that like he wanted to be like disappeared himself.
Yeah.
Because it was so insane that they couldn't find this person.
Yeah, those are the creepiest. Early on when we were doing the show, I remember that one of the episodes sticks out for the backlash we got from that guy who went missing on Mount Rainier. Remember that?
What was remind me of the backlash.
Just that we should have never even talked about the case, and someone on Twitter was yelling at us, and then it got picked up by like
I remember
then when blue check marks meant you were like a celebrity or someone like famous. A couple blue check marks like retweeted their yelling at us, and then it
I remember
blew up over the course of like 3 hours.
I remember that was somebody who was like self-important.
Yeah.
And they had a ton of their Twitter followers were like telling them how like bad they felt for them that this story was there. And they were like, have you heard of the news? Like the story is everywhere.
Yeah.
Like we covered it, but we got all this information from publicly available news information.
Yeah, that was wild. And demanding that we take the episode down, we didn't. We left it up because nothing we said was private. It was all from news reports. And we just started ignoring them and it died out. But I remember that was like the first year we were doing the show and we were like, holy cow.
Yeah. Yeah. You called me. You're like, what do we do? I'm like, we didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah.
And you leave it. I'm like, does the news take their stories down if people are upset about it? No, absolutely not. Other questions. Where are we going? So sounds good. That's actually, that's my dad. Hi, Dad. There you go. Put his comment up. Sound is great. It's got my same name. His Facebook profile picture is him holding an iPad of a picture of himself in front of himself.
That sounds like something you would do.
Exactly. That's where I get it from. All right. What else about the show? We could almost do some of the voicemails now. We have a lot, don't we?
We do, but I mean, it would be kind of fun to hear Andy's reaction to him as well.
All right. I want to make sure we're filling the timer properly.
I'm trying to think of, we're just trying to, it was kind of a rush here to get everything up and running. So we don't do live streams for a reason because it's a lot of work and I don't know.
I got to give you all the credit, Mike. You're the one who did most of this because I was sick.
Yeah, well, it's not your fault.
Yeah, you set it all up. So I did absolutely nothing. I showed up here and helped make sure it started, but that was about it.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what else. I am excited to talk with our guest tonight. Even Evan, when you talk with Evan, you go down a rabbit hole. You're not quite sure where the conversation's going to go, and he's had such a crazy life.
That's why it's a rabbit hole. I mean,
yeah,
you learn something new about him every time he talks because he goes on forever. And he's like, oh, all of the MTV music videos from the 90s, I filmed those.
Yeah, so his career started by meeting and hanging out with every huge band that ever walked through the door at MTV from like 92 to 99.
Well, and he has the pictures of him as a kid on sets because his dad was like a filmographer.
He's met all the people. He's met Nirvana and the Foo Fighters and all the big bands from the 90s.
Yeah.
And then he transitioned into extreme filmmaking and somehow ended up on shows like Naked and Afraid.
So I don't know if I've ever told why we know Evan. I'll tell that story. So it was by happenstance. I go on a boys trip once a year. We go spear fishing in the Keys. It's called Hog Fest. It's a new thing we started. This is in year 2. And one of the guys I was down there with, he's a buddy of mine, and his friend, they used to be stunt bike riders. So like, the guys that do sport bike stunts, you got to pull the chain. You don't just lift it up. So like, I don't know if you remember, like, was it late 90s, early 2000s? They used to put out all the DVDs of like skateboarders and like, how people put together like tapes and shows of like them doing tricks and stuff. But there are the underground sport bike
like
scene,
backyard brawls.
Yeah, like all that stuff. Like it was a big thing. Like everyone makes a video, it gets produced or whatever. So they had the sport bike rider groups. There was like gangs of guys in sport bikes. They'd go in parking lots and do really cool tricks. They're stunt bike riders. So my buddy Chris and his friends were the people who put out like the best ones out of Jacksonville, Florida. And Evan used to videotape them. So I was out hiking with them.
Yeah.
And we were talking about the show. And my buddy Aaron says like, oh, you should talk to my buddy Evan. He might be interested in this. He does all this stuff. That's how we met Evan.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. It's like 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon. I know a guy who's friends with him. And then he just so happens to have done the Dyatlov Pass story. He's been to Chernobyl. He's obviously got an extremely colorful career in filmography. So he's an interesting human being to know and talk to. And then we did the live stream of the ghost hunt. So if you guys haven't seen that, that was actually a lot of fun. You can go on our YouTube page and we did a live stream, like live ghost hunt. So if you were watching it, we had people commenting like, hey, go look over there or put one of the things there. It was really cool. It was kind of interactive with the audience to make that work. And that one I was surprised we pulled off. Yeah. They had multiple cameras in the field live, like streaming over cell data. And I pulled it all in the studio and I was like running as producer.
Yeah.
And getting comments from people. That was a lot of fun.
That was fun. And I don't know if I'm a believer yet, but I'm getting closer after some of the things we saw in that stream.
There were the flashlight that was responding to questions really actually freaked me out.
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty skeptical about all that stuff. I love the shows. They're entertaining. I'm just like, okay, yeah, they're setting it up. having the opportunity to work with Evan
Yeah.
and not Josh, what's his name? I can't believe I'm forgetting his name.
Yeah, I can't remember it either now.
Dang it, I'll look it up. But we worked with them as they're setting it up. So I got to kind of see behind the scenes and like see how it's not like I always think when I watch those shows, they're just kind of editing it weird and doing stuff. We ran it live and raw.
Yeah.
I watched them place the devices. I watched them test the devices to see how they would work. And some wild stuff started happening. We didn't even stream, or did we stream the one in the graveyard?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's the one we streamed. And then,
Yeah, they set the camera up and it was like dimming
Yes.
after they asked a question.
Yeah, he had a camera next to a flashlight next to a grave, and he like walked away.
Yeah.
And it would start doing stuff, and then he would ask questions, and it would actually respond to the questions. That was really cool
Yeah.
and terrifying. So I was glad I was here in the studio,
Yeah.
because then that one Evan wasn't even on site.
No, that's right. He wasn't. He was back home.
He was on the field. He was in the graveyard by himself in the middle of the night. All this stuff started happening. He actually got really freaked out. It was hilarious.
I'm thinking for his interview, because we've already talked about Chernobyl and Dyatlov Pass. He's filmed so many other cool locations.
Yeah, we could just ask him one question
And just let him talk.
and let him talk for 2 hours. I'm trying to look up I feel really bad that I'm forgetting his name. I always do this.
Real quick, how will we know when there's guests?
I think they pop up in the studio. It shows me that they're like on standby.
Okay.
I'm pretty certain. I guess we'll find out, won't we? Oh, it looks like there's 3 people in S. It's Jack Vasey.
Jack Vasey. Yeah.
Jack. So Jack was in sorry, Jack. Yeah, he was in the graveyard. And looks like they added another guy, John Brigman, a 30-year military veteran and seasoned psychic medium. Oh, that's cool. So we can learn more about what SVC Explores the Unknown is doing. They're doing all the ghost hunts and stuff. I'm trying to get them to come up to Wisconsin because our business is in an old hospital building.
Yeah.
That's like definitely haunted. I wanted to bring all their equipment there, and we could do a live show from up in the building.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
What's cool about that, if anyone's fans of Stranger Things, the building looks like the hospital from Stranger Things.
Yeah.
Where the Demogorgon comes out of, like where the rift was to the upside down.
I haven't watched the show enough to know it that good. But
okay. That's a great show.
Yeah.
They have another season coming out this year.
I know. It's too much TV to watch and not enough time.
What do you have, like a bunch of new kids and stuff?
Yeah, something like that.
I'm on the exiting years of that.
Yeah.
But I don't know. What else? What else we got going on, Mike?
Well, we've got developments. I don't know how much we've shared and how much we can share. And I don't even know where we're at the moment with the Gwen Hasselquist stuff.
That one is, the interest is still there. It's been not put on pause. It's just slowed down.
Yeah.
So we're in talks with some people for some really cool stuff.
Yeah.
No, I think with
it would be like streaming service type of stuff.
Yeah.
It would, like Netflix, Hulu.
Yeah, potentially. So that's a long shot. If we get a bunch of people on the stream and they all clamor for it, it shows interest. So if you want to see something big happen with the Gwen Hasselquist case, we need lots of loud noises across the internet.
We have a lot of extra information on the case that we're not able to share because the people have asked us to keep it private out of fear. So
yes. Hello, Holly.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, that's what we can talk about. We've gotten, I'll talk a little bit about the backstory. So after we've done those, I think we did 3 parts on the Gwen case, and that's why I wish Andy was here. So Andy's the one, we got to give credit where credit's due. Andy is the one who kind of, I'll say, broke that case. Andy's a corporate attorney, but he's a great writer.
Yeah.
And he always wanted to be a journalist. So he knew somebody who worked out there. I don't want to like name names. He has a direct connection to the case.
Yeah.
That's how he knew about it. And in his free time, he was like investigating it kind of like a journalist would. And then I met Andy at a networking event in Chicago through my wife. She was in a group, and his wife was in that group too. They both run businesses. So it was like an entrepreneurship group. Mm-hmm. And we went out to dinner. I met Andy. I promise I don't open conversations with, I'm a podcast host, blah, blah, blah. Like, but my wife ended up saying it. I actually don't tell people I do this show, even though it's like bigger now. But my wife said it, and then Annie's like, "Oh, do you ever do like real true crime, like, or is it just in the wood stuff?" I said, "Typically the wood stuff." And then he started telling me about the Gwen case, and I think I even called you that night. I'm like, "Mike, I got something that's not technically what we do, but it happened outside."
Yeah.
And I'm like, "But it could be a really neat case because no one's ever covered it."
Yeah.
And then I think we found out the Luminol podcast did, but they didn't even exist anymore.
No, they're gone.
Yeah, so it was the most comprehensive version was put together by Andy.
Yeah.
He had all the information. So we did one episode. I don't think we even intended for it to be multiple parts. We just did the first episode thinking like, okay, this is a neat story. It's unsolved. It could be a murder that was ruled a suicide. It's intriguing because it happened on the first day of COVID. It happened on my birthday.
Yeah.
So like, it was just like a lot of weird connections. After that first episode, we just like the floodgates opened from all people involved in the case. So we started getting phone calls and emails from Gwen's sister, Gwen's best friend, people who knew Eric and went to college with him, coworkers. Like the floodgates open. I remember I got a little nervous. I was like, uh-oh, is there some liability thing? We're going to be screwed. Like we really rattled the hornet's nest here. So, but we started getting a ton of information, and we got enough information that we were able to do the follow-ups where we did the interviews with her sister, and it was her stepsister and her best friend. And then that just continued on, where every time I thought it was quieting down and maybe wouldn't hear anything, I'd get a message on Facebook or like people would direct message us and say, "Hey, I used to be this person.
Yeah.
And here's how I'm connected to the case. And I know this." And then they would supply proof. And there was one point where somebody on Reddit just completely dumped like hundreds of files. Like they had been individually tracking the case. And then Mike gets in the mail a thumb drive from an anonymous source that says it's information for the Gwen case. And of course, we don't plug in an anonymous thumb drive into any of our computers for obvious reasons. And if you don't know that, if someone sends you a thumb drive and you're not expecting it, don't put it in your computer because it's probably a virus. So we didn't do anything with that. And then the person contacted us and said, "Hey, I sent this to you. These are all the documents I had scanned, and text messages and screenshots and things like that." And it was wild because it's a treasure trove of information that the authorities didn't have, that a lot of people do not know about. And the person who got it doesn't want us to necessarily share it yet because it would reveal essentially who they are.
Yeah.
So we're sitting on a ton of new information that you guys do not know about, that we are being extremely respectful of our sources. And if we can blow this up in a meaningful way, they're going to be willing to come out and share the information. So we are trying to treat this with respect and dignity and trying to do it the right way where it will have the most meaningful impact. So we continue to get more information. We're continuing to talk to Gwen's stepsister and her friend, new sources, new leads that have come out since then. We're in communication with everybody. It ebbs and flows. Sometimes we get a lot of information and there's a lot of activity, and then it will die down for a couple weeks. So we're just trying to make sure we do this the right way. So yes, somebody. Oh, first of all, I think this guy never got a patron shout out on air.
Oh,
I'm not going to say her name, but I'll put up the thing. Yeah, I think I know why we didn't give you a shout out. I feel like one time we're not saying your name.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So there you go. You got the live stream shout out. That is awesome. No, I'm not saying your name. You're not going to trick me. Nice try, though. So Gabriel Rose, if you didn't know, that's what we were talking about. We have a lot of information on the Gwen case. We are not sleeping on it. We're just being respectful of the people who shared the source information that they want to remain anonymous for now. We've talked to all of them, and when the time is right, they're going to be willing to make statements and things like that. But we want to make sure, again, that when we're releasing the information, it's not just going to get released out in the ether and won't actually have any good come of it.
Yeah.
So we're coordinating with people to do it the right way. Shut up. He called us chickens.
We showed it.
That's okay. No, I'm going to keep my integrity, or at least attempt to. So, but yeah, that continues to be, I'd say, the most meaningful and favorite case. We've heard a lot from the family that they're grateful that we are covering it because a lot of them felt unheard and
Yeah.
it kind of slipped away in the ether. So that one's been a really good one. It's been really enjoyable getting to know Gwen's family and the people that are close to her, and it's really neat to see how much people care about her. Because it's been several years and they still very much care and want justice.
Yeah.
And we're making sure we just do it the right way. You know, we're not authorities, we're not lawyers,
Nope.
so we have to follow some form of rule if it's going to actually turn into something real. So, yeah, that was a good one. Any other questions? Throw it up. We're free forming for right now until what time is our first official
7.
guess? 7. Oh, we're coming right up on it
Yeah.
in a couple minutes. So a couple more questions if you have any. Good thing I was able to rant that long.
There you go. You're good at
worked out.
ranting.
Ranting.
I'm good at raving.
All right. I'm going to the rave this weekend.
Hey,
You want
there
to
you
come
go.
with?
Not really.
Oh, because you're busy
Yeah.
with kid stuff. Going to EDM show. You don't like EDM music?
Not the first thing I would do.
Just all night long.
That sounds great.
I love dancing. Dancing to EDM music. But I go in the back. I don't go. I'm 40 now.
Yeah.
I can't like be in the crowd. I'm like hanging out in the back and having fun.
Yeah.
So, who is our first guest at 7?
National Park After Dark.
Oh wow, awesome! Just right out of the gate.
Right out of the gate.
Is the new studio a far move? Well, we have 3 different locations we're considering. All of them are close. So this is Milwaukee. Nothing's really that far.
Yeah.
I live outside of the city and I can get to the studio in about 10 minutes. So
Takes me about 25.
yeah, you're a
to
little
get
bit
here.
farther than me.
Yeah.
But yeah, nothing's too far away. And we don't have a ton of stuff. I'm in a fight to keep it, but the table that we use is actually my wife's childhood kitchen table that I spray painted black and drilled holes into. And we totally can afford to get a new table, but I feel very nostalgic about it.
And Joe does have a Sharpie here that we have a joke where when we need to remember something, I tell Joe to write it on the table in black Sharpie. You can't see it.
You can if you put your head like at the side and the light hits it, because you can see like the layer of what's written there.
Yeah.
But I write the notes over just over all the other notes. So it's just
Yeah.
a bunch of gibberish on the table. What's up, John Woods? John Woods is in the house. He's the one that is behind all of the great Bear NATO scripts and videos.
A legend.
A legend. Thank you very much for all you've done. You've really you've made my kids laugh harder than I've ever made them laugh. Because I showed them the videos and they're just like blown away.
They're pretty
They're blown
amazing.
away, that people listen to the show.
Yeah.
Because they're not into this. They're younger. And then they're even more blown away that like people would make something.
Yeah.
So that it's pretty cool. So thank you very much, John. You the man. Respect to Mike for doing that episode alone when Joe was away for his B-Day, but I really sincerely missed learning a new anecdote about Mike like Joe always announces in his introduction. One of these days, we got to make a T-shirt where I just have all of them on there.
Yeah.
For you.
Yeah.
I'm going to put that together.
I mean, it's I rather do it with both of us because it's just a lot more work when you're by yourself trying to do it.
Yeah.
The first episode I did by myself, I was trying to show, maps and pictures, and it just turned into a cluster. So I just stopped. And the second episode, it was just a video of me talking into a microphone. So real exciting stuff.
That's all right. I listened to it. I thought it was fantastic.
So,
I literally was in my hotel room. I was listening. I was like, yeah, Mike, you go. You got it. Awesome.
oh, here we go.
Oh, here we go. Add to stream. Hey, Danielle, what's up?
Hey, hold on. My microphone is coming out of not my ears.
That sounds like a good thing.
Maybe put her. You want to put her backstage so she.
Yeah. Well, then I can't hear if I'm.
Oh, that's true.
That's all right. We're live streaming and it's just doing whatever. It's fine. I think if I hit interview stack, here we go. I'm gonna fix our videos too. We'll figure it out.
Hold on.
Why no one live streams?
No, you're good.
Sorry. Oh,
We're
right
just
here.
we're just rambling anyway.
Okay,
I'm
can
sure
you
they're
hear
glad
me?
to see other people.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Yeah, we can hear you.
we can hear you the whole time.
Cool. Okay, nice. Now I'm good.
All right.
Cool. It's good to see you guys.
It's
Yeah, good to see ya.
you too. How are you doing?
Good. Crazy busy. Cassie said she's backstage.
Oh,
And
did I miss?
I don't know.
Joe is
she said
working
she
on
can
it.
see all of
Yeah.
us, so she's here. She's
Okay.
like, hello.
I can't. I don't have her in here. Let's see. Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah. Give a second here.
No, wait. She's like, no, I swear I'm here. She sees us talking.
Oh, go to.
Oh wait, hold on,
Here we
hold
go.
on. Here we go. Yeah, she is here.
Hey, there she is.
What's up, Cassie? How you doing? Welcome to the show.
I felt so weird in the background. I was like blurred out in the back and then could see you guys. And I was like, I feel like I'm eavesdropping on a conversation.
That is awesome, though.
No worries. We've
I'm
been
just trying-
kind of the first half hour. We were just getting our sea legs with the stream.
Yeah,
So-
we're still figuring it out, but it's
Yeah.
all right.
Oh,
That's how we do things here. Just
Yeah.
not coordinated at all.
So
All right, I think we're
Oh,
there.
yeah.
Mike, you're just really dark.
I know. I don't know what's going on
That's
with my.
right. That's all right.
So
You have an ominous you. Like it's
I
just
know.
your
Yeah.
shadow with your back.
The smoking man from
it's like one of those
X-Files.
documentaries where I don't want my face seen and I just talk. So
It looks like that. You just need one of those voiceovers where your
know.
voice is like
muffled.
where you can't
Yeah.
tell your voice. And
Absolutely.
that
Well,
would be perfect.
yeah,
You'd be
no,
like,
I don't know what it's this time of day. We never record this early. It's always dark. So as it gets darker, I'll appear. So
All right, there's people who like your show more.
yes.
Bees says, I love NP80. That's good.
Yay.
I always encourage it. So,
Thank
hey, thanks for doing this. This
Yeah,
is
thank you.
awesome. You guys have been killing it recently. You got a new show coming out. You want to just give us all an update of what you've been up to and about your new show?
Yeah. Well, since the last time we talked, because we talked last summer, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So a lot has happened. We've been all over the place. I moved again, which is nothing new. But yeah, we started a new show because we felt like, hey, we're busy 6 out of 7 days a week. We should bump that up.
Right.
Like we have
Yeah.
a free day.
It's too much. So yeah, Cassie was really the driving force behind our sister podcast. It's called Watch Her Cook. And for the last few years, we've just been finding these stories of incredible women in our research for National Park After Dark that maybe didn't fit the exact like parameters of the existing show, but we kept coming across them and putting them on the on the back burner, saying we'll come back to you. And that's why we began Watch Her Cook.
No, that's fantastic. So how's the show going? I mean, did you start a couple weeks ago? You were launched it. How many episodes do you have now?
We just released our 4th
Yeah.
episode
Awesome.
today. So we've been, I guess technically this is our 3rd week. We launched on April 9th, I believe, but we launched 2 episodes on the first day, and then we had 2 more come out since, and we come out every
Cool.
Wednesday.
Well, and yeah, it helps that you guys have the really successful National Park After Dark to kind of give it that initial boost. Because I remember when we started out, and we would have months where we'd get 50 downloads.
Yeah.
So
Like 10 of them are me.
yeah.
Just listening on a loop. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, 100%.
Well, that's exciting. How does the preparation? Because I go through this with our show, but how is it different? Doing a show on disappearances versus your new show.
I will say that this one, it's
Yeah.
so different because, and kind of felt like we had to start a new podcast because none of these stories
Mhm.
fit the narrative of National Park, but they were all very warranted of telling the stories themselves, but it's very different because they're not all
Yeah.
outdoor based. And it's all surrounding women, which obviously National Park After Dark is not. We tell stories of everything and anything that is outdoor related. And also, I will say in National Park After Dark, we really lean into the darker things. And with Watch Her Cook, we do lean into the darker things, and that's definitely going to be more apparent as episodes come out. But we're also leaning into more of the more of the inspiring stories and the people who kind of beat the odds, and maybe not so much devastating like disaster stories where there's actually some good outcomes that happen in Watch Her Cook, which isn't as popular of a theme in National
I'm
Park
sure
Mhm.
it's
After
good
Dark.
for your mental health though, so it's just not always doom and gloom all the time.
It's very
Yeah.
characteristic of like, it's very telling of our personalities too. Like, you know, I'm the black cat to Cassie's golden retriever. So Watch Her Cook is very Cassie coded with like, look at all this amazing stuff. And I'm like, yeah, but death. And
No one died.
so nice. It's nice to have that balance because it, you know, it does you, as you very well know. I mean, these stories are heavy that you're
Mhm.
researching and just like dedicating weeks of your life to researching. And when it's doom and gloom a lot, it takes an actual toll on your life and your mental health. So this is a nice additive to lighten the load a little bit.
Yeah, that's fantastic. We have a friend of ours that worked on Crime Junkies, and she said
Mm.
it literally is like a mental health issue when you're looking at crime scene photos all the time, and you have like these workers who are researching. They would take like mental health breaks because you're just looking at death and crime scenes constantly, and like that's not good for people to see all
No.
the time.
Right.
No. And that is part of like when we went into Watch Her Cook too. I think a big part of it is just as women, when you're looking at all these true crime stories, unfortunately, a majority of them are involving women who are victims. And with Watch Her Cook, it was kind of this moment where we like true crime just like the rest of us. You know, we all consume it because there is an interest there. But at the same time, we were kind of tired of this narrative that women are victims. And we wanted to change that narrative and be like, wait a minute, there are all of these stories of women that are in such a different role that are powerful. Maybe they're not the victims at all. Maybe they're the perpetrators. You know, like it's just we wanted to paint women in their full like multifaceted selves versus just these victim narratives that are often portrayed, and even in our own show, you know. So we found Watch Her Cook as a way to really bring these stories
Oh, that's
forward.
fantastic. That's awesome. So it's I'm glad you got it going. I'm glad we can direct everyone who doesn't already know, which I'm sure they do. But if you don't, go subscribe to Watch Her Cook right now.
I've actually had a few comments on various episodes of people after our last talk last summer where they actually discovered your show for the first time from us, which I was kind of shocked.
Whoa.
So
Yeah, you've
Yeah,
you've
so-
gotten like 3 or 4 people.
Yeah.
Just you're welcome.
So
Well, thank you so much.
so I before our call, I was kind of looking through your Instagram, your show's Instagram, just to see what you were up to, and I was scrolling down and I saw a picture of you guys in Antarctica. So
Yes,
could
guys.
could you fill
is
us in
correct.
on what you were doing down there, like how that came about and what your experience was like? Because I would love to go there at some point, but
Yeah.
seems like a tough place to get to.
Well, I'll take the topic of how it came about, and Cassie can speak to the experience part because
Okay.
she is like Antarctica's #1 fan. So as far as how it came about, I think we talked a little bit the last time about our group trips that we do with National Park After Dark listeners. And that was one of them. So we took a group of 14 listeners down to the bottom of the world through our group trip. We launched it 2 years ago. So it went on sale 2 years ago and finally came to fruition. Obviously, it was a really involved and big trip, not just because it's Antarctica, but just logistically getting there and organizing it and all of that. But yeah, so we all flew down to Ushuaia, which is the southernmost point of South America. And then we took a ship from Ushuaia across Drake's Passage to the Antarctic Peninsula, where we spent most of our time while we were down there. And then
That's
came on back.
fantastic. So did it take 2 years to fill the trip?
No, it took 1 minute.
Oh, really? That's awesome.
That is awesome.
That was
Yeah.
all just logistics and planning.
Yeah, and just giving time for people to prep. And of course, it's a huge trip, not just like taking the time off and prepping, but also like it's a big monetary expense, like for everybody involved. So just giving people time to make payments and do that, we would never just be like, okay, well, you need to pay us right now or you can't come. Like
Yeah.
take some time. Like we all need
Yeah.
time to figure this out. So yeah, that's why there was such a big lead time.
So did you see the
Yeah, and we
ice
wanted to
walls?
make it
That because it's flat Earth and do you guys
Everyone,
see
it's
that?
so funny. A few people said that to me when I came back. I'm like, I don't get it.
Oh, you've never heard of this?
No.
It's apparently Antarctica is just a big ice wall keeping everything from falling off into space or whatever.
Yeah, now I know.
Yeah.
I didn't know beforehand. Yeah. And anyway,
And there's allegedly like an alien,
outpost or something.
alien
Oh,
there. That's where all the
Yeah.
you guys could have done a whole
But-
episode on that and got a whole new genre of listener.
The
Yeah.
conspiracy crowd.
Yes.
Really.
So what was each of you can answer this. What was your favorite thing about Antarctica?
Go for it, Cassie. Yeah.
Yes,
Me.
you're first.
Uh,
I know.
Where do I start?
Ready the stories.
everything. I love everything about it. I think that one of my favorite parts about Antarctica was I knew when we booked the trip that when I got there that it was going to be breathtaking and it was going to be beautiful. It was going to be unlike anywhere else that I had ever been. But I didn't really realize the magnitude of that until I was looking at it. And it is a trip that I will always, I mean, it's the best place I've ever been in my life. But I think one of the things that makes it so special is that it's truly untouched, minus a couple like science stations that are around. It's truly untouched, and you are immersed in the wildlife that's there. Danielle and I did part of the trip where we went paddle boarding, and I was paddle boarding, and we were in a group, and there were just penguins just swimming around us. And then at another point, there's a fur seal that's just spinning and having a nice time swimming alongside us. And then you just look, and there's a whale over in the other corner. It was so beautiful, and it was really quiet. There was nothing, there were no big structures. There was no, it wasn't spoiled by people.
Yeah.
You could be mindful for once.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. That sounds amazing. You sold me. I want to go paddle boarding in Antarctica.
You should. Highly
But Danielle, what was your favorite?
Oh God. I definitely have a couple favorite moments, but overall, I think my favorite part of the entire trip, aside from what Cassie described, is being somewhere and traveling somewhere where we were so, how do I say this? Like everything about that trip was how we need to be good stewards of this area and this landscape, or you're not going. It's like there is no, this is a suggestion like, hey, you should probably pick up your trash and like, or just like, hey, don't approach the wildlife, but like people still do. Like they are so dead serious about that stuff. And it is so refreshing to see. And there are so many laws and regulations and parameters put in place for visitors down there that are just so nice to see taken so seriously by everybody, visitors and, expedition leaders and everybody. Everything from going through biosecurity, like anything in your outer layer, from your hats, your scarves, your gloves, to everything you're wearing needs to be vacuumed, picked apart for any lint or anything that could blow off and potentially impact the environment. Like before you
Mhm.
step
that's
off
awesome.
the ship, you need to do that. You need to sanitize your feet before you leave and when you come back. Like it is just so it's just so thorough. And on our way down, they took a lot of time because it took, 2.5 days to get down there by boat. They took that opportunity to really educate the entire ship about the importance of that stuff and, why those parameters are put in place. And it was just really nice because you don't see that anywhere else. It's always about like, people's experience. And there it's like we are privileged to be there and we are just visitors and we need to be super respectful of such a fragile ecosystem.
Mhm.
So, yeah, that was really cool to see play out.
That's fantastic. And that just means when you get there, how you described your experience, untouched. That's
Mhm.
how they maintain that. So you don't show up and there's just like a Twix wrapper just floating around in the middle of Antarctica.
And it's a really unique place to go because there's really not anywhere else I can think of that you can really claim is still pristine and untouched anymore, which is sad to say. Even Joe and I talk about this all the time, how mad I get when I'm, have been out hiking and I see garbage
Yes.
in the parks and like I'll pick it up and throw it in my bag.
Yeah, we always come back with more
Mhm.
stuff.
Yeah, I always come back with more garbage than I even brought with. And yeah, it's just that kind of takes away some of the, being out there is you seeing all this garbage everywhere. And so that's got to be really amazing to be somewhere where it literally is pristine and clean and people actually are trying to protect it. So
That's awesome.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
when we went down, like at the in Ushuaia, obviously it's a big port town. Like there was a bunch of ships that were all gearing up to head down there at some point. But after we left that harbor, we didn't see anybody else. We never saw anybody else. So the people that were on the ship, there was 199 passengers. Aside from them, not another human, not another ship, boat, building that had people in it. Like there was a
Yeah.
couple of stations that we saw that were literally overtaken by penguins, like millions of penguins.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
awesome.
it was
It's
just
theirs
really
now.
refreshing. It was so cool.
How big are the penguins? Were they like emperor penguins, the ones that get like 4 feet tall sometimes?
We didn't see those. We saw
Okay.
like Gentus and Adelis. They're like, I don't know, like this big, maybe.
Okay, that's still cool. Like that,
Pretty
those are pretty. That's pretty big. Not bigger than the ones I see at the zoo. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How was the weather while you were there? Was it
Cold?
Yeah, well, obviously cold, but like there's degrees of cold. So
To be honest, it wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
There were days, I think one of the days we were there was like 34 degrees.
Mhm.
okay.
So it was definitely winter weather down there, but it really wasn't like we wore jackets and sometimes we had like something over our mouth or something, but for the most part, I think it was between like 15 and 34 degrees the whole time we were
Yeah,
there.
it was like winter weather for us, but it was their summer.
Okay.
Yeah. It was warmer in Antarctica than it was in Vermont.
That's actually really funny.
Yeah, I mean that happens here too, where it'll be warmer in Anchorage, Alaska.
Do you
than
guys
here.
do you guys have a trip coming up in the beginning of May?
We do.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You have one of your fans says they'll see you on May 3rd. So
Woohoo. Yeah.
Christy
Actually, I
Velasco.
leave Friday. Going a little early, but we're going to Joshua Tree and we're doing an event there with some listeners.
Oh, that's
cool.
awesome. That's cool.
Yeah.
So what's that event about?
We're doing a live show. And so we're going to
Oh, excellent.
And then we're doing a camp weekend that has, I believe it was 60 or 66 people. We're all going to camp for the weekend and we have some hikes and some little fun things to do, some campfire stuff for the weekend in Joshua Tree.
That's really awesome. That's so cool.
Yeah.
So you guys are just doing this full time now, right? I think when we first started talking, you were kind of in between, but you're just all in now on this and it's going real well.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
We don't have time for
There's not enough hours in the day.
Do you still love it?
For sure.
Then there
Yeah.
you go. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
Then that's what you need to do.
Yeah.
That's awesome. You do have a question from a fan, from Holly Eklund. I'm new to hiking, getting my feet wet. Which was each of your scariest hiking experiences and you've encountered animals, elements, etc.? So
your
Danielle,
food
you
for
go.
hiking. You want to know our scariest moments?
Wait, our scariest moments hiking.
Yeah, or experiences,
Or
whether it was
outdoor.
encountered animals, anything outdoor.
Oh.
What was your scariest experiences?
I mean, the one that comes to mind right off the bat, it wasn't exactly like I wasn't scared to death, but it definitely shook me up a little bit. I was living in Washington State at the time with my partner Ian, and we there's a hike out there that everybody in Washington is very familiar with. It's called Mailbox Peak, and it's brutal. And you usually have to get up pretty early to get going on it. And because we lived about 3 hours away, we decided to drive to the around the trailhead and camp the night before so we could get up before sunrise and hit it. And so I have a little pull behind camper. It's like a little off-road camper. It's about the size of a queen size bed. You can lay down in it, and that's about it. So it's pretty tiny, but it's pretty rugged and solid. And we were in the back of it with my 2 dogs, asleep. And all of a sudden, I'm a pretty light sleeper. And all of a sudden, I went like that. And I woke up and I was like, what the heck was that? But the dogs weren't reacting. Ian was asleep. So I didn't really think anything of it. And then all of a sudden, I was like, okay, this whole entire camper is shaking. So I woke Ian up. I'm pretty sure like there's a bear trying to get, because the back has like a little galley area where,
Sure.
For storage and stuff. And I was like, where did you put the trash? Because we had cooked. And he just looked at me in silence. I'm like, oh shit. So yeah, the shaking continued, and this is a 3,000-pound camper.
Okay, so if something's moving it, it's either a vehicle or something big.
Right, and we're in the middle of the woods. So I'm like, like off a logging road. So I'm like, okay, I know what this is. So I just banged on the side of the door and said, the classic, "Hey bear," whatever. And then I was like, all right, get out there and go check it out. So, yeah, we both go outside, and with my headlamp, I could see there was very clear claw marks and bear prints on the back of the camper.
Oh.
And so, yeah, it wasn't like super scary, but it was definitely startling, and it definitely woke us up a little bit as to like, he's like, well, there's no trash cans around here. I'm like, I have a bear like I have like a bear, sealed container. But anyway, whatever.
Yeah.
So that was that.
That would terrify me.
Yeah.
100%.
And I knew it was a black bear because of where we were. So that really like eased my anxiety. Like if we were in Montana or Idaho or like I would have been a little bit more frightened.
Yeah, black bears are like scared little dogs. If you just yell at them, they kind of
It's still not fun to be woken up in the middle of the night, one trying to like claw through your camper though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
there's
All right,
those.
Cassie, what's your extreme scary experience?
Extreme scary. This one also, I wouldn't call it extreme scary, but I do think if you're getting into the outdoors, if you're pretty new, this is, I guess, a good one to not do what I did.
Okay.
So this was years ago now, but I was in the White Mountains, and my partner and I, we decided that we were going to go hiking, and we were going to go to what's called the Bond Cliffs. And it's a really long hike. It's like 21 miles if you do it in one day. And we decided that we were going to hike out and camp overnight. And then we were going to do the hike partially, camp overnight, and then hike back the next day. So just to split it up a little bit. But we knew there was kind of some dicey weather that was coming in. So we get out there and we start hiking. And I want to say the first 3 miles of this trail is flat. It's actually kind of comical because it leads to these natural waterfalls. So when you're hiking back, there's a bunch of people in flip-flops carrying like beer cans to go swimming, and you've been hiking 20 miles. But on the way out there, we hardly get in and it starts pouring on us, and the wind comes in, it's howling. There's actually a tropical storm that we knew was coming in, and we went out anyway, and we got a mile and a half in, and we said we should take shelter. And so set up a tent underneath a tree that was kind of fallen onto another tree. So we were underneath, and we set up camp, and we slept that night. And I was awake all night because this storm was so bad. There were like 60-mile-per-hour winds. There were trees falling down all around us. It's pouring rain. We don't have a waterproof tent really, so it's also getting wet inside. And I'm just sitting there. He's fast asleep, doesn't care. I'm laying there listening to all of these trees just falling down around us. And I'm like, I'm going to die. I'm going to die tonight. Like, I'm going to get crushed by a tree. There's no, why are we out here? We're a mile and a half into the woods. We could have stayed in a hotel. But we survived. And the next morning, my shoes were kind of wet. But we hiked out. Oh, like we did the whole hike. It was really far. But as we were walking along the trail, we saw all of the trees that were down, and there were just branches like littering the whole trail. There's full trees down. And I was just like, we were so close. Even around where our tent was, there were trees down that were like pretty close to us, but we kind of had a covered spot because we were under the tree a little bit. But don't recommend camping in a tropical storm if you can. If you can avoid it.
Yeah, that is why. That's actually one of my most terrifying things to think about is a tree falling on you. They call them widowmakers because that's just
for a reason.
Like, what a terrible way to go.
I always look whenever I'm backcountry hiking and camping. The first thing I do, but like to find a campsite, is I look up to make sure there's no tree branches over me.
Yes.
So
yeah, or like a kind of dead tree over you. It's
yeah.
like here, that's for sure.
Yeah, you guys are incredibly lucky.
This isn't my story, but I remember when I was working in outdoor education, there was a guy that I worked with, and he was with a group of kids because we worked with like 12-year-olds, and it was a little windy that day, nothing big, but he had stopped to talk about like, I don't know, it was like some type of plant life he had stopped to talk about. And while he was talking to the group, right behind him, a huge tree fell and hit the ground like a foot away from him.
Imagine
it's like if he had stepped a foot forward, he would have been crushed in the middle of his presentation.
In front of kids.
Yeah.
Like generations of trauma and damage. Just like I went on a hike once and the guide got crushed by a tree in front of me.
We went on a school trip and it was supposed to be great, and now I'm in therapy.
Yeah, 100%. I think I would be in therapy as an adult.
I would never go out in the woods.
Like if you just saw a tree randomly fall and crush somebody, I would be terrified to go outside.
Yeah.
Definitely.
That's wild.
So you do the trail. That actually is a good segue because you do the trail tales where it's the listeners submit stories. What's your favorite trail tales that have been told from people? And I also wanted to ask, how do you verify that they're true?
We don't.
Yeah.
Okay, you just trust.
And if we think it's interesting, it'll show up on the show.
Yeah. We're laughing because I think
we have the same answer.
We have the same answer.
Okay.
So we get so many good stories, whether they're true or not. We're gonna say they're true. From everything, it started off pretty like solidly outdoor national park based, and then now obviously it's kind of evolved. But there's one story, it's got to be 2 years ago now, 2-3 years ago. It was an early on story, and the way it was written was so comedically perfectly timed, and just like it read so well. Because sometimes the meat of the story is great, but sometimes like the wording around it, it's like you kind of have to dig to get there. But this was just like chef's kiss, so good. But essentially, this woman was kind of newish to hiking, but essentially she went out with all this great gear and whatever, and it started to drizzle and rain, and she looks down and like her crotch was foaming, and she's like, "What the hell?"
Wait, what? Hold on. What did you just say?
Her crotch was foaming.
Her crotch was like foam.
Foam, like
white foam.
White foam.
Was it angry?
Well, she was like, so now she was like going through all the stages of grief. Like, what is going on down here? Like confusion, disappointment, like anger, like denial, just like what?
And then bargaining with it.
What's happening? And she's going through all these things, and then she's like wiping it away, because she's clearly like embarrassed, and so she's trying to wipe it away, but it keeps coming back, and it starts raining harder, so it gets worse and worse. She's like, it's like a washing machine down there. It was so funny. But anyways, long story short, it was like the detergent that she had used in her pants and the friction of like that one spot between her legs.
Oh my gosh, that's
And
hilarious.
what was it called? The foaming pants or something. She
Yeah.
titled it. Oh my god, it was so good. We
And
actually
the
read it
best
twice,
part about
I
that
think.
the best part about that story too is that she came in and part of her story she was like, "Can someone else tell me, has this happened to you?" And we got a flood of messages of other women with foaming pants.
Is
Yeah,
this like a thing?
I guess.
I've
It's
never heard
certain
that happening.
it's certain like fabric will hold the like detergent, or if you haven't washed them yet and then they get wet and they haven't like cleaned some of the fibers or something out of it, like when the friction causes like a weird, we don't know the exact science behind it, but we do know it's a common
So
occurrence.
I come from the world of pharmaceutical clinical trials. I feel like you have enough data sets where you could figure out if it's a specific type of washing machine, specific type of fabric, or a specific type of detergent.
It
I
could
don't
be
know.
a very interesting study.
You can do a study like what hiking pants women should not wear in the rain and why.
I'm pretty sure I think it's my monitor's kind of far from me, but I think Gabrielle said she hadn't washed her pants before washing them. It was because of that.
I
And
think
you're
that's what
probably
it
right.
was. Yeah.
Yeah. But it's gotta be
Interesting
a
one. I'll
specific
put it up
type
there.
of material that I don't know, whatever. It was so funny. Yeah. So that was the most memorable one for sure.
That's amazing.
That
I've
is
never
awesome.
heard of that. And I'm assuming that's never happened to any of your hiking trips with your listeners. So
Not that we've noticed,
Yeah.
but they
Yeah.
could have hit it.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's funny. Yeah, I'd never seen that before. That's hilarious. Crotch foaming. Yeah, I've never had that issue on a hiking trail. Have you?
No.
No.
I would freak out though. I mean, that's not something you expect to happen. So
You're
Right.
like, am I having a medical emergency?
Yeah, like-
Or is
Seriously.
one of my buddies
Yeah.
playing a prank on me. Like, did they put something in my
Oh,
pants?
I should do that to you actually.
That's
It would be
crazy.
funny.
Get some Dawn dish soap on there while you're not paying attention.
Right
So
before a hike.
Yeah,
yeah,
right.
100%. Yeah. So with all of the new success and continued growth, what's the biggest thing you guys are looking forward to this year and going forward with your show, your new show, your live shows? Anything you can reveal that's coming
I was
up.
gonna say, I'm like, I don't think we can say.
Oh,
Um,
you can't say that.
yeah,
Oh, yeah, we can.
All right. Is there any type of teaser like when people should be paying attention and waiting?
no.
No.
Oh, all right.
It's very early stages.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
very yes.
So I guess in terms of things that we can speak about that we are excited for is we have a few trips coming up this year, which are exciting. We're doing a Colorado trip. And we're doing like we're not hitting Mesa Verde, but we're doing pretty much every other national park, which is really exciting. And then we're also doing a Hawaii's Volcanoes National Park trip with listeners as well, which is really something that we're looking forward to.
That's fantastic. So
Mhm.
so in the States, what's your favorite national park that you've been to, or like the most excited trip you're looking forward to?
Oh my god. Cassie.
Oh
Glacier.
my God.
Oh
Yeah.
my god. Okay, so
This isn't a national park after dark trip. It's a personal trip.
yeah.
Okay.
So Cassie especially, like whenever everybody asks us our favorite parks, we have our standard answers. But Cassie always has a disclaimer of like, for now, because I'm pretty sure my favorite park that I will eventually go to will be Glacier. And this summer, we have the opportunity to go to the Granite Park Chalet and stay for a couple nights. So we're going to be doing that this summer. And that's something that like we're both stoked for.
So you haven't, either of you have not been to Glacier yet?
No.
Oh,
No.
that is my favorite park of all the
Is
national
it?
parks.
What are
And the
your
chalet,
recommendations?
the chalet is beautiful. Hiking to the chalet is amazing. Just even driving along going into the Sun Road is absolutely beautiful. If you do have the time, they do the tours, like the open-ended buses. You can go through there and they talk about the history of the park. That's amazing. We did, that was the one story that me and Mike had that was probably the scariest hike we were on.
Yeah.
We did a backcountry for 3 or 4 days.
Something like that. Yeah.
We hiked in the 50 mountain campsite where you normally have to go hiking into Canada, then back out of Canada just to get to this campground that's really far back in the middle of nowhere.
We forgot our passports.
We forgot our passport. So we had to take the long way, going up the wrong way essentially to get there. And we ended up camping and nobody was there, which is uncommon because all of the permits get taken up all the time. Like we applied for the permits a year and a half in advance.
Long time in advance, yeah.
And nobody was there. And then 2 rangers show up on horseback and they're like, what the hell are you boys doing here?
12-gauge shotguns.
Yeah, they had guns and they came. We're like, here's our permits. Like we're supposed to be here. And they had shut down every campsite in like a 5-mile radius because there was a grizzly attacking people. And they were there to put it down. So they had us camp together with them overnight because it was too late for us to hike out. And the one guy, one of our hiking mates, like we had bear spray. I usually in grizzly country, I keep a firearm as like the absolute last resort. And one of our guys hiking with us was complaining about that we had a gun for some reason. And I was like, I'm not going to be shooting anything. It's like if I'm being attacked and going to die, like I'm going to do it. That's what the bear spray is for. But then the ranger literally goes to us. He goes, do any of you boys have a gun on you? I'm like, I do. He's like, you might need it. I was like,
have a good night.
Yeah. I was like, oh man. So I didn't sleep a wink that night.
Wow.
He kept making fun of our buddy who was in a hammock. He kept calling him a bear burrito. So
yeah.
Oh wow.
Glacier.
That's like a near miss.
Yeah, you're gonna love Glacier. One of my favorite parks too. I think we've done it twice.
Yeah, we've done it twice. The backcountry was the best one, and then just
got
even
rained out on the other trip.
Yeah, even the day hikes are just great.
It's beautiful.
The glacial lakes, you can just see lots of waterfalls going down, and just everything looks very pristine. So
yeah,
that's cool.
Yeah, it's really cool because like we've always wanted to go and stuff, and but I was talking to someone who is from there, and he was like, "Oh yeah, when are you going?" And I told him it's during the summer months. He's like, "Oh yeah, that's not going to help your case of wanting to move there," because I was like, my next move is probably going to be to Montana, and he's like, "Yeah, for sure, you're definitely gonna like after that visit, you're moving there."
Oh, Bozeman's such a cool town to hang out in. Then you're like right access to it. There's a couple other cities that are great there, and I went there with my family and we hit a cow. You got to be careful when you're driving. We totaled our car in the middle of the night and ended up staying overnight in like a fire station, and it was a whole thing. We were going up to Banff and just completely totaled our car on the way up there. But it's so common. People die all the time hitting cows on the road.
Man,
okay, we will.
That's good to know.
Vigilant.
Yeah, they're like pitch black. So at night,
oh yeah, you just
don't see it until you're 10 feet away from it.
The only reason we didn't have like major injuries is because the speed limit's like 100 out there. I was still only doing about 40 miles an hour because every time I drove out there with Mike, there's just deer and there's animals everywhere. Like you just can't. You have to assume you're going to hit an animal when you're driving out there. It's that bad.
Scary.
Yeah.
But it's cool. If I had to pick a Western state to live in, Montana is on the short list.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're going to be moving again soon.
I don't know. We'll see. I mean, Colorado. I've lived in Colorado 2 separate times for several years each. I lived in Washington State. I'm from New Hampshire. I live in Maine right now, and I think that Montana is the natural next step. But we'll see.
Naturally.
Yeah.
Well,
But then we also have it's going to be a shorter trip, but based on actually a connection we made with somebody that we interviewed for National Park After Dark about a year ago. Her name's Maeve, and she works with the Wolf Project up in Voyagers, and she invited us up for a weekend with a project that she's doing with the Wolf program. So we are excited to be able to do that this year as well. So that's going to be.
So was the Wolf program reintroducing them back into the area, or how does that work?
No, it's just she was at the time that we talked to her, she worked as, I'm pretty sure she was just a technician and, like, wolf depredation specialist and kinda went around, the park and, did a lot of studies on, like, the wolf dens and different farming, operations around the perimeter of the park and talked to them about non-lethal coexistence measures and things like that, and she's been promoted to a different position where she gets to, develop some sorts of programming to help support the the program as a whole, and they're starting to talk about doing some weekends where they invite guests, and a lot of them are supporters of the program, like contributors already, to kinda get a hands-on look into what they do, and what the work is, and just get an inside look, boots on the ground type of look into their operations and the studies they conduct on the populations there that are already existing there, and yes, it'll be really, really cool.
That's awesome. That's really cool. So you guys have just been getting really neat opportunities outside of the podcast just as a result of success. What's been your favorite thing that you didn't expect that the podcast kind of laid in your lap or brought to you from your work there?
I think that my favorite part, and it might sound a little cheesy, but I think my favorite part is actually when we are able to do these trips and we're able to bring a lot of like-minded people together. When we get on these trips, we kind of watch these friendships unfold. That has nothing to do with that. Like, we facilitated the trip, but the friendships that are being made are just because there's people from different sides of the country that are meeting in these one spots. And it turns out that they all have something in common. And watching these friendships form and then watching them take it. I mean, there have been so many people from our trips that have become friends on our trips, and then we see them on social media hanging out like in another part of the world, in another part of the country, whatever, just going out on their own, and they've become such good friends. And I think that my favorite part about National Park After Dark is the community that has come from it. And I mean, we have I think one of the things about podcasting is like when you go into it, and you guys know too, is it can be nerve wracking. You're putting yourself out there, you're putting your voice out there, you're putting your face out there, and the internet can be scary. It can be scary and it can be mean sometimes. But with our community, everyone has been so kind and everyone's been so like lovely and overwhelmingly. I mean, of course, there's a couple outliers in there. But
We have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah.
But overwhelmingly, I think that my favorite part has been the community that's been brought together because of National Park After Dark.
That's cool. You're like inadvertently doing matchmaking for friends. And
Yeah.
that's really cool because if they become lifelong friends, like you're the impetus for that. That's actually really beautiful. That's not cheesy at all. I love that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Danielle, what's your favorite besides like the morbid death things you get to hear about that just that feed your dark soul?
Yeah, truly. I think that I mean, I have an answer that's, like, also kinda cheesy, but, my follow-up answer is we get to learn about so many amazing things, and we're just continuously evolving and growing our minds and getting glimpses into different cultures and people and places and things that we would have never come across otherwise. You know, like you kind of have your education in your early years, and for most people, that's it. You know, like that's kind of where that ends. And we have this amazing opportunity to make a livelihood based off of our true interests and things that we want to expand our perspectives on and learn about. And some of it is fun, you know, like I want to learn about the cryptid that lives in the swamps of North Carolina, whatever.
Mhm.
And that's like fun. But by and large, it's like, what can we learn about this historic event and what can we take from that and how can we integrate it into our lives and move forward with that? Like, it's things like that that are just week after week is not lost on us, that we
Mhm.
get to just immerse ourselves and then share it, you know, share that love and passion with other people who may have never it may never have come across their desk, you know, like
Yeah.
So that's just something that we're really happy to be able to do, and we're very fortunate that we get to choose. Like, we're the captains of our own ship, and how many people can say that, So
No, it's really
Yeah,
fantastic.
I like that.
And then we just had Tara from Crime Off the Grid. She wanted to say before you guys leave that she was the ranger that was responsible for losing Jade the dog in Yellowstone. So you did a story about that, and she felt so bad after that happened. So,
well, they're good at ending now for Jade, so
yes,
so that's okay.
I also feel like that was an impossible situation.
Yeah.
Jade, are you guys familiar with Jade's story?
no,
I've never heard
you
of
should
this.
tell. No, you should tell us because Tara's coming on next in a little bit, and then I'll hear her side of the story too.
Okay.
Yeah. So I did this story like a couple years ago, so the details might be a little fuzzy, but essentially there was a couple who were kind of newly dating, like they were pretty early on, and they had a couple of dogs with them in crates, and they were in the back of their car in Yellowstone. They were driving around and they got into an accident. And because of that accident, one of the dogs, Jade, got loose and was terrified and ran off into Yellowstone. And the owner, the woman, was like clearly in like shambles. She was so upset. Her boyfriend at the time like was injured. There was a lot of other things going on. I mean, it was a pretty bad accident. And yeah, Jade got lost for like a few months in Yellowstone, and they had to there was like sightings from people here and there about, maybe I think she was a Australian Shepherd or a
I
border
thought she
collie.
was a collie. She's like a
Was it a border collie?
I remember she was black and white and she had like long hair.
Yeah. But anyway, so yeah, there's this whole saga about finding her, and they did. And she survived. This dog from Denver survived in Yellowstone for like against the odds, you know. And it was a very sweet, heartwarming story, although it was very stressful to read because I read the book Finding Jade.
Yeah.
And as somebody who, lives for her dogs, like the emotional strife of that and knowing everything that could go wrong for that animal there,
Like
like,
what it faced
my
out
gosh.
in that wilderness.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now I might be dating myself. Are you guys aware of the movie Homeward Bound?
Oh my God, yeah.
I love that movie.
My first trauma.
I was gonna say when I was little, I think that's the first movie I cried about when I was a kid.
I haven't seen that
That's
movie
all
in
I
so
think
long.
about is Homeward Bound whenever it's like an animal lost trying to find its way home, and it's just so sad. You just imagine it has a voice. It's just
Shadow's voice too, that's like,
oh
oh my God. And Chance is just like the comedic relief, and
yes.
Sassy is like me. I feel like. But anyway, yeah, it's a good one.
I'm gonna have to watch that one now. I still need to watch the guy who went to the bus in Alaska.
How have you not Into the Wild?
I've seen it.
Into the Wild.
Yeah,
That is our most requested episode, I would say, and we keep ignoring it.
yeah. We
'Cause
finally,
it's been-
yeah,
It's not
we
interesting
caved and
story,
did it.
but-
yeah, we finally covered it a few months ago, and
Just because a lot of people, a lot of people want to know about it. Like they've written
Yeah.
books, there's movies. It's just like
yeah,
I think people
It's
just
a
like the
crazy
story.
Like it's a
Yeah.
very, gripping story for sure.
Oh, you have people behind.
Yeah, you have.
That's my
sorry.
wife and my son. They're delivering
I'll
pizza.
be right back.
Oh.
Hello.
That's my Cassie.
Oh.
But yeah.
that's, you know why? There's two camps on that story. There's like the mean people who make fun of him, like, oh, he was willfully unprepared. And then there's the people like I prefer myself. It's like very poetic the way he lived his life. Obviously, it's tragic and there's a lot of mistakes made, but he just went for it. And I really admire people who do hard things because they're like soul led them that way.
Mhm.
And that's why I've always loved the story. It's like, yeah, he made a bunch of mistakes. We all make mistakes all the time. That's how we learn.
Right.
Unfortunately, he made a really big one. But
That everyone learned about. Like, not
Exactly.
everyone learns about your mistakes, right? They're not on
Yes.
this global scale and stage like his was.
Yeah, it was. I always love that story. It's really touching. I like the way they played the movie and played the whole thing out. I haven't read the book. Have you read the book at all?
Into the Wild?
Yeah,
No.
so I've only seen the movie. I didn't read
Yeah.
the book.
Though I feel like I know the case now after doing the research on it.
Yeah.
Yes.
So probably don't need to read the book, but well,
in
trying to-
closing, anything else you guys
Yeah.
want to say about your show? Anything coming up that you can talk about? Direct all the listeners in a direction of your show, your new show.
we'll post
Yeah.
links to it.
Yeah, we'll
What do
post.
we have coming? I don't even know. We
So
have
we have our live show that's coming up next week, which it seems like there's a few people who are here that will be coming. So we're excited to
Yeah.
see you there. And then I guess we just have all of the other trips.
we have so many things
So
all the
many
time
That's awesome.
that we
Yeah.
like.
Really cool.
It's
Oh,
annoying
and-
when people say like, I can't tell you, but it's happening. So I hate to be that person, but we like legitimately can't.
All right. Let
Yeah.
us know when we can say it. We'll help promote whatever it is. Not that you need it. We'll send our 5 people that we sent to your show.
We
Oh,
appreciate
To learn about that.
Yeah.
And the last official question from John Woods: do you guys play Dungeons and Dragons or similar TTRPSs secretly?
What are TTRPS?
Yeah, I
I
don't
have
know.
no
I
idea.
have no clue.
Oh, TTRPG, which doesn't clarify it for me either.
No.
The answer for me is no.
Yeah, no.
I don't.
Okay, so
She I know what you're gonna say. The answer's no for me, but
I don't play Dungeons and Dragons. I do play. We have this game at home where we play like the old Mario game with like Mario and Luigi and Yoshi, like that old one from the 90s that you
Oh
played
yeah.
on.
Super
Nintendo.
Nintendo.
Yeah.
Like
So I play
Mario
that.
Party
You don't
no, before that.
before
Right?
Mario Party.
that. Like the original, the OG Mario, where you're hitting the little question mark boxes and you get a mushroom or the
Oh,
little-
like regular Nintendo original Mario.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's not
thought
like
you were
Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah.
I thought you were going in a completely different direction. I thought you were gonna say I don't play Dungeons and Dragons, but I read about dragons.
I do read about dragons sometimes, and I don't think this is Dungeons and Dragons either, but I have been LARPing.
You've
What do you
been
say?
LARPing. I
What?
think you're very close to Dungeons and Dragons then.
Yeah.
What do
I
you
feel
mean
like
you've been LARPing?
that's like the like
LARPing. Fill me in on what that means again.
Yeah, no, I know what it means, and we're having a moment. What are you talking about?
Would you like to come?
When you say you have been, like you've been one time in the past, or you are actively going?
My brother goes LARPing and he invites me sometimes.
I
which
never knew this.
Which I will say though, I thought it was like my brother invited me and I was so excited. I was like, oh, a time to bond and it's gonna be great.
And it's live action role playing for whoever asked.
Ah,
Yeah.
okay.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
have you ever seen what's the movie with no, I can't even think of it. They get court ordered to like watch kids and they have to go
Oh
LARP with
yeah.
them.
Yep. I know. What movie.
I forget the name of the movie.
Grown Up-
Role
not
models.
Role models. Yeah, role
Yeah.
models. Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
sorry,
very
Kath.
similar to that. Very similar to that.
All right. I'm
Um,
glad I could help you guys reveal something new about your friendship that you didn't know previously.
I really didn't know. I have to
Yeah, it
so when I'm
was
doing this.
it's an experience. And so I went and hung out with my brother and his friends who they've like made weapons. And they're serious weapons. Like they're metal poles and stuff. They cover them in foam so they don't like hurt you. But
Mhm.
they're serious weapons. And I went there thinking I was going to be like this bonding moment with my brother. And I even brought one of my really close friends that I went to school with. And I was like, okay, at least she'll be on my side. We were the only girls. Everyone ganged up on me and chased me and like beat the shit out of me with swords. And it was
You
So
were
now
the
I
easy
understand
target.
apparently I look like an easy target, but yeah, it was 10 out of 10 would recommend.
Awesome. I'm glad we could have had this major reveal on the way out. So you guys are going to have to go talk about this now because Danielle, you seem very upset that you didn't know this ahead of time.
You know, like for someone, I talk to Cassie more than I talk to anybody on this planet, and that somehow slipped through the cracks. So
I'm full of secrets.
she is
Awesome.
a good secret keeper. I have a question for you guys before we go. I know we
Yeah,
have like
sure.
minutes. or less. So what's the farewell thing about? What are you guys doing?
So this studio, unfortunately, because it's awesome because we're in the city, they're renovating this whole building. So we're moving somewhere else and we don't even know where yet.
We don't have a new studio
Yeah.
yet, so it's kind of
Oh.
we're just gonna figure it out.
we've had such a great time, and it's really the people outside of the window, especially in the summer. We have a big music festival downtown in June and July called Summerfest, and people just get really drunk and wander around the city. And people are so funny.
Oh, we get twerkers. People come and twerk in the
Yeah.
middle, so you can watch some like the old. We have a camera that will switch on that just shows the windows when people are doing ridiculous stuff. The things they say and the stuff they do in the windows is just absolutely gold. It's fantastic.
So yeah, the show's not ending, but our location we're in right now is going away, and we at the moment don't know where we're going.
Yep.
Your
So
next location is unknown.
yes,
Yeah,
it
it's
is
literally
unknown.
our location's unknown. So
Yeah, so
it's
we
on
want,
brand.
and we've talked about doing a big live stream. Like this one is probably going to go to midnight our time, and we've talked about it for 2 or 3 years, and we've never done it because it is kind of pain in the ass to sit and talk for 6 hours. But we're doing it now because our studio is going away. So for the temporary, hopefully.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
congrats on your next step, wherever it is, and it'll
Yeah.
be a nice place. It'll be meant for you whenever it comes.
Absolutely.
yeah,
You
thank
guys have
you.
fun on your trips. Thanks for
Yeah.
making the time and joining. And yeah, good luck on your live show at Joshua Tree. That sounds great.
Thank you. Thank you
Someday
so
we'll
much.
have to go to one of those.
Yes. 100%.
Yeah, or we can
So-
connect in another way. Just let us
Yeah.
know what you guys are up to, and yeah,
Absolutely.
you know
All
where
right.
to find us.
Yes.
Cool.
All right.
I'll
Well,
talk to you
thank
guys
you
later.
for joining.
All right. See you guys.
See ya.
Thanks.
Bye, guys.
All right.
All
And
right.
we have Tara and Nancy going. You want to introduce them? I'm going to go get
Well,
this all situated
Here,
real quick.
yeah. How about we're gonna take a quick 30-second break.
Tara and Nancy, you should be able to hear us in the background. Does that work for you guys? Thumbs up.
Okay.
Awesome.
And everyone watching, we'll be right back in 30 seconds to a minute.
In radio voice. And we're back. All right. We're going to bring you in, Tara and Nancy. Hello.
Hey,
for
that.
We had pizza delivered by my wife and son because we're just
All
going to be
right.
here for a while.
Yum.
That was like perfect timing with the Jay the dog comment.
You know, I felt so guilty about that for years and years, and then when I saw that they had a Patreon episode, and I joined their Patreon just to see what they said about Jade the dog, and they told it exactly correct. They didn't miss anything, anything incorrect. But I felt guilt over that for days and years, and then I forgot my trauma until until I listened to that again, and then I just felt like I had to confess. So that's why I sent that message in. I felt like I had to confess. I felt horrible about it. It was a horrible head-on collision, chaos, life flights, all of that kind of stuff was going on. And I was going to take the dog back to my house because I was one of the only few people that had a fenced-in yard, and she broke free because her kennel was broken. Anyway, that's that story. So I got it off my chest.
So even though a tragic story, it's just shows kind of how small this world is.
Yeah.
That like
Yeah.
they covered it. We have them on. You're actually the person that was involved in it. It's actually
It's
like
pretty crazy.
out of all the negative of that case, it's really cool that like that this happened, it all led to this. So
Yeah.
with
yeah.
that, Tara, Nancy, would you want to introduce yourselves and tell us a little bit about your show?
Well,
And your history. I'm really, once we get in this, hearing about your time in the National Park Service. So,
well, I've already been talking, so Nancy, I'll let you go for it.
My name's Nancy, and I had a career with federal government, both in the Park Service and the Forest Service, for about 32 years. Most of my time was working in Yellowstone with Tara. So we've known each other for a very long time.
Long time.
And it's just been a great career for us both.
Yeah. Yeah. So we both did law enforcement, rangering, and almost my entire career was in Yellowstone. Nancy moved on to bigger and better things. I stayed in Yellowstone. And then the last 5 years of my career, I worked strictly with victims of crime
okay.
in the national parks.
So what, obviously you host the show Crime Off the Grid. So what got you into wanting to do that? I know Joe and I, the first couple of years we did it was brutal. No one listened. A lot of work for, 5 listeners.
You gotta love doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Exactly.
yeah, what made you want to transition to, from what you did in the Park Service to doing a podcast?
Well, I started the podcast, but I think right before I retired, a lot of us who have loved our careers, we leave kind of kicking and screaming, not really wanting, we age out in law enforcement in the National Park Service. And so I'm like, I'm just not done. I'm not done. And I had just really maybe a month or two earlier started listening to a true crime podcast. Besides, I've always watched, every documentary, but I'm like, there are all these stories out there in the National Park Service. And I had not discovered National Park After Dark at that point. I didn't even know they existed.
Yeah.
And I'm like, there's these stories that need to be told. And there's a whole bunch of reasons. But one of the things is rangers do some crazy stuff. They risk their lives. They do a lot of things that you cannot make up. Yet people just assume they're that person who's at the entrance station with a map saying, "Welcome to Yellowstone." Or, you see rangers pointing at things on the, outside the geyser basin or whatever.
Yeah.
That's not what we're talking about when we're talking about, a lot of crime. And then in national parks, because, and then I named it Crime Off the Grid. I don't know if is that a good name? I don't know. But we didn't want to just cover national parks. We wanted to do, places, wild places.
Well,
I can't speak for Nancy.
And I got going because Tara is a wonderful travel agent, and she booked me on a guilt
She booked you on a what? It broke up.
on a guilt trip.
Oh, that's awesome.
Well, I didn't have a partner to begin with. And so I was trying to get all these rangers or these other people to please do one with me. And then they would disguise their name because they're still working. And there's, that might have been frowned upon with ethics, blah, blah, blah. Nancy, we're exactly the same age. She was retired. I'm like, how about you do one with me? And then I'm like, how about you do another one with me? How about can you just be my partner?
Well,
that's awesome.
I have so many.
I told her it sounded like a job, and
Yeah.
it has turned into a job.
It is a job. Yeah.
It's like an investment. There's a lot of work and time you put in at the beginning, but it slowly pays off, kind of like a snowball rolling downhill. It picks up momentum as you go.
Yeah.
It is, yes.
But I have so many questions. There's probably not enough time for them. I'll try to be as quick as I can. But first of all, tell us some stories that you can talk about. I don't know what the rules are around that. While you were in law enforcement in Yellowstone, what were some of the crazy things you had to deal with on a day-to-day?
I think you're retired. Spill the beans.
No, exactly. We don't care. What are they going to do? Fire
Yeah,
us?
right.
And that's how we're doing this. Yeah. Well, okay. Can I just say this? Like Nancy, our careers went sort of different directions, in a way. Like Nancy, I'm just going to tell you, if you've listened to our podcast, you might have heard us say WWND, what would Nancy do? She was a bad ASS as far as, and my kids, she could bench a house. She could whoop me if she had to. You want to call her for backup? Seriously. And
Grizzly
so
bears fear her.
Yes, I'm sure. She was a taser instructor and all that. And I'll say just one of my crazier stories, and we did podcast on this where we both had a similar story that had to do with tasing people. And mine was in a campground, but literally we had 3 crazy guys that were trying to quote kill us and do damage to us with our AR-15s, blah blah blah, all kinds of stuff. And ended up. We could tell that they weren't armed. We had to transfer to taser, blah, blah, blah. I'm sorry, I say blah, blah, blah. Anyway, long story short, we triple tased these guys at the same time, and they just went right at dusk. Nobody got that on a cell phone. I cannot believe that they didn't see that. Campers are but this is where I say, like, when you tase somebody, you need to bring them into control very, very quickly. And so I am tethered to a guy on the ground with a taser. There's another ranger standing there not doing anything. And then another ranger, we accidentally both tase the same guy. And I look, and this is happening in nanoseconds. I look, and they're just standing there like doofuses. And I'm like, WWND, whoa. And then so I jumped on. Anyway, I had to bring this big guy under control with cuffs because none of these other big rangers were doing. But that's my WWND.
That's fantastic.
What
I
would
like how
Nancy
you
do?
breezed over the part where you like tased one guy twice.
Well, two rangers. Well, no, like we separated them. We distracted. There were 3 dudes. They were on leave from Afghanistan, Iraq, and their dad was a Vietnam vet, and they were under the influence of all kinds of things. And anyway, so they were holding arms like amoebas, coming after us, coming back, coming after us, and so we had a plan: distract, separate, and tase them. So 2 of us ended up tasing one guy, which is fine. It didn't make him hurt anymore.
Just sobered him up a bit.
Yes, hopefully.
That's amazing.
And mine, why we tased, I was at Mount Rushmore as a supervisory park ranger at the time. And we ended up tasing a guy that they had parked in a no parking area. And I got to tell you, and I was new to Mount Rushmore, and these guys were amazing. I mean, if there's a car out of place because it's an icon park, they were all over it. And so anyway, long story short on that, a guy comes up and he literally looked like Grizzly Adams. I mean, he was a mountain of a man, beard, mustache, I mean, the whole 9 yards, wearing Carhartts, bibs, and a jacket. And it was me and 2 other officers. And we ended up tasing him after. We got him on his knees. We're going to try and handcuff him. And he did a haymaker towards one of the other guys. And 2 of us went to pull our tasers. And the other guy pulled his first because I knew we were going to have to jump on him. And so anyway, tased him. He goes down to the ground. And I jump on his back. And I'm sure I look like this little ant on top of the back of him. But he's screaming like a girl. He does the full ride on the taser. And,
Hold on. So you're riding him while he's being tased?
Yes. So that's awesome. Taser
Your Mount Rushmore rodeo move?
It was. I could teach you things. I'm telling you. This guy is so big, we can't get the cuffs, one set of cuffs. So now we're having to take 2 sets out. So we hook a set of cuffs, one to his wrist, and then we hook our cuffs together, and then the other one has to go on his other wrist. Well, while you're trying to do that, he gets his wits about him, and he starts to stand up. This is where the real rodeo starts. So I happen to have my hand in between the wires. And so anyway, the ranger says, I'm going to tase you again. I look down at my hand, and I realize I'm going to get tased. So I quickly rip my hand out. Taser goes off like instantaneously. Guy starts screaming again, flops down on the ground, and we're able to handcuff him with 2 sets of handcuffs. And then we get him up, and he says to us, "Who are you people?" And so he had never been tased before. So I'm sure that was quite the event. And of course, he's got 2 little girls and his wife were there. And of course, they thought we shot him because, our tasers do look like weapons. And so anyway, it was quite the ordeal. But they had multiple garbage bags of stolen items from Walmart, And then they also had several precursors to making meth. And
Oh,
we were
that's too bad.
we were able to find a photo album of them doing their wares out in the woods.
that's
And
Because
smart.
of
anyway,
course, you gotta
yeah,
have
you got to
you
have
gotta take
pictures of that,
pictures.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
When
probably
you're
their
meeting
Christmas card pictures.
Proud of
Yeah.
yourself. And
Yeah.
so
Always
anyway,
document
they
yourself doing crimes.
Yeah.
that's right. So
Mhm.
the
Yeah.
wife and the husband went to jail. In the cover of darkness, we took the children. I took the children to meet with social services, and they took the kids away. And so anyway, if we're lucky, I believe that gentleman is still in jail after he finished his South Dakota time. He went to California on some warrants. So my guess is he's probably
And he can't
Probably
tell
still-
anybody how he got there. This lady.
No, this little bitty girl jumped on his back. Yeah.
So you're
Well, you know, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna real quick. So your role in the park really, you're like a hybrid role. So not only do you have to be like a park ranger that everyone probably, when you say park ranger, you think of the person, walking down the trail helping hikers
That's what. Yeah.
with questions, but you're also basically a cop in the park. So you
Yes.
gotta
Yeah.
so you also have to know how to handle yourself with criminals and drunk people, and
Yeah.
so that's pretty crazy that you're basically really like a hybrid role in the park.
And
Well,
most of
go
the
ahead.
time,
Yeah.
we, Tara and I mean, it wasn't unusual for us to go from medical to law enforcement to medical
Yeah.
to law enforcement our
Yeah.
entire shift, because that's
Yeah.
just what you had
Right.
to do back
Yeah.
then. We just wore so many hats that
Yeah.
we had to
You wear a
take
lot
care
of
of.
hats.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's cool. And I guess the medical side, that brings me into probably some of your time, or I don't know how much your time was probably devoted to search and rescue operations.
Mhm.
Especially a park like Yellowstone probably has a lot of people in it, and probably a lot of people go missing and are found. But
Yeah.
yeah, tell us
Nancy and I
about
had
some of
talked
your
about this.
searches.
Yeah, we talked about this, and I can't remember. Somebody else had asked us this question. Yellowstone is not that big of a SAR park.
Okay.
For not like Yosemite, or as far as rescues, there's a lot of
Mhm.
searches, just not a whole lot of rescues. And Nancy and I were saying, like, most of the searches that at least I had been on, I think Nancy too was involved with water, and people going off a big waterfall, people going into a cold lake and never resurfacing. So sadly, a lot of our searches that we've been on resulted in not ever finding who we're looking for, because they were presumed dead. So
Yeah.
anyway, Yellowstone's different. It's not that big.
Or
of
it was a body recovery
Yeah.
once we did find them.
Yeah.
So yeah, we didn't do a lot of happy search and rescues.
Yeah.
Okay. And did you ever? I know, obviously, Grand Teton is nearby Yellowstone. Did you ever? I know sometimes the parks other resources from different parks will come in to help with the search. Did you ever go on searches in another park to help them out?
I never went to Tetons.
Okay.
But I feel like I've been outside the park in the forest. Like, there's a lot of things that still go on. Yellowstone ecosystem is surrounded by national forests as well. And so I feel like I've been outside the park, but I could be getting confused with fires. We also do wildland fire,
Yeah.
EMS, wildland fire, search and rescue. But we do have, or I say we, like I still work there, do have a technical rescue team.
Mhm.
And occasionally there's, somebody tries to skirt down the Grand Canyon of the Yellowstone, for example. It's also not a big climbing park. Where
Yeah.
Tetons is a big climbing park. They have, climbing rangers, but Yellowstone is like a big open Serengeti, and
Mhm.
with crazy water, rivers, cold lakes, and hazards that way. But
Yeah.
the things that Nancy and I think have been most involved in were crimes against people.
Okay.
And I dealt a lot with sexual assaults and domestic violence cases, believe it or not.
Mhm.
Things that you would have really in Milwaukee there, we
Yeah.
have in the parks. And
Okay.
that's kind of a lot of what we did.
Okay.
And I was also deputized as a deputy in the county in Gardner, Montana. And so I would go outside the park and assist the county when it was needed.
Okay. One of the stories, I hiked in Grand Teton a while back, and it was during a period where you weren't supposed to have any fires in the park due to fire danger.
Mhm.
And I remember we woke up one morning, we had our permits for one of the campsites, and probably 5 or 6 park rangers were just running down the trail with shovels. And I asked one of them what they were doing, and they said there were people in the park illegally starting fires or trying to start
Oh,
fires, and they were trying to catch them.
Mhm.
And
wow.
I was kind of like, we were kind of like, but they have all these shovels, so I guess after the fact, maybe they would use that to put any fires out that might have been started, or they're gonna hit them over the head with them. I don't know, but
That's what
wow.
Nancy would do.
yeah.
Yeah.
What would Nancy do?
WWND.
Yeah, that was, I just remember that sticking out when I was in the Tetons, because they were, I mean, dead sprint down the trail trying to catch up to these guys.
Well, what trail were you on?
We went over the paintbrush divide.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so we were camping somewhere on, I can't remember which side of it.
Lake Solitude, maybe.
Yeah, that does sound familiar. It was a lot of pines where we were camping. Though that
Holly
whole park-
Lake.
Yeah, it was several years ago now, but yeah, it was
Yeah,
definitely
yeah.
we went over the paintbrush divide.
Yeah.
And yeah, we got woken up one morning to these guys just stomping down the trail with shovels, like
Wow.
dead on sprint, trying to
See,
catch
you
them.
don't know when you're going to see a.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, park ranger could be anywhere at any time.
Yeah.
Not so much now. Oh, we lost Nancy.
We lost her. She's gonna
Oh,
go
yeah.
tackle a bear real quick or something.
She might.
Well,
She might,
we'll let her
yeah.
back in when she joins.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to think. So you spent most of your time in Yellowstone and the
Mhm.
national forests around there. Okay.
Well, working in Yellowstone.
Okay.
But my last 5 years, I worked for the Washington Supervisory Office. We call it WASO for short.
Mhm.
And so I was able to start a victim assistance program through WASO. That's when I
Okay.
worked with mostly just victims of crime and responding to those kind of cases we were talking about and dealing with victims and getting them the assistance that they need. And
Yeah.
so I did that the last 5 years.
So I've got another question.
And then we'll have an audience question after yours.
Okay. So this one, I'm sure this guy was kind of the inspiration originally for me to start the podcast, but I'm sure you've heard of David Politis.
Oh, the missing 411
yeah.
guy? Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I would imagine for people that work within the MPS, he's probably a pretty annoying figure.
I don't know who it is he actually bothers, but he claims he bothers people, but I don't know who those people are that he's getting his
Yeah, I don't
we're
know.
not getting his information from.
Yeah, so like he's got a new documentary coming out about disappearances in the national parks, and he kind of
Mhm.
brought up the same thing that he's been saying for years. And I thought it'd be great to have two people that worked in the park, especially in law enforcement. So his claim is that there must be some conspiracy going on. The National Park Service is not keeping a list of missing persons, and it's like a conspiracy. Something bigger is going on in the park. You know, it's aliens or Bigfoot or something.
And you're retired now, so you can blow the lid off of all of this.
So
And both of
Yeah.
our shows will skyrocket in ratings if you do. Just,
So I guess
Well,
I'm just curious what your thought is on his kind of, it's been a persistent thing of his for years that the Park Service is hiding something from everybody.
well, I'm going to give you a very boring answer to that. And I think this is the answer and why
Yeah.
he keeps on it. But every park is its own entity. It's
Mhm.
not stovepiped. I mean, there's some overhead leadership like in Washington office, and every park essentially keeps its own like stats, supposedly. There just isn't any database
Yeah.
that there was one that they came out with several years ago and nobody knew how to use it. It took years and years and years for people to figure it out. And this is for law enforcement people
Mhm.
to use, that, you could learn about a case in another park, whatever, but that did not capture missing persons or disappearances or things like that. And so it's just disjointed. And
Yeah.
I think if you, it's just a record keeping thing. And I don't think there's any, I'm all about conspiracies, but I don't think I
I
love
think
a good
you're,
conspiracy, but I
I
don't
think you're
that-
lying.
no,
I think I think you're covering something up.
Yeah.
you're right.
Yeah.
I mean,
You know,
it's,
in the
yeah.
Forest Service is like that too. I mean, we supposedly had this great system that once we entered the information that I could tell if somebody got a ticket for poaching in Kentucky, I could tell that at Jewel Cave National Monument. And it didn't work that way. I mean, it
Yeah.
just, or somewhere in the Black Hills. It
Yeah.
just,
Yeah.
It sounds
theory
like
was
something that
good.
should exist.
Yes.
Like
it
if you,
should.
I
if
don't
you
know why
interact
that's
with somebody,
hard. That
Yeah.
shouldn't be hard.
It shouldn't be hard.
You've got all kinds of national databases, exploited and missing children, and but still somebody has to enter that in. And if people in this park aren't entering it in, like Yosemite, where he says the hub is all the most missing, right? All the most missing people.
Yeah.
Which now I'm nervous because I'm going on a big hike in June to Yosemite in the backcountry with a former backcountry ranger there, and I'm like, okay, am I going to go missing here? So is
send us
the
your
alien going to
itinerary.
get me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I think you're right. Everything I've read the same thing. It's its own entity. And then a lot of information and knowledge about specific parks kind of resides with the rangers working there. And then when they leave or retire, that information kind of goes with them.
Yeah.
And it's
Mhm.
not
Yeah.
always well
Mhm.
documented. And it's just kind of the way it's always been. And I think the Park Service has always been underfunded. So, it's never been funded enough.
Yeah.
So I think David Place is wrong.
I do
But
too.
Yeah.
It sells
I do
parks.
too.
Let's call him out.
I did too.
Yeah.
Well, you guys are officially a part of Unknown Network, and
Yes.
Mike's got something cooking that could change the game in this field. We won't talk about it right now, but
Oh, well, I
the
mean,
database.
I've been working on building from the ground up a custom web application that has a map, and it's kind of think of like All Trails, but for missing persons,
Oh, yeah.
and
Yeah.
to track every wilderness disappearance that has happened. We're kind of in the process of gathering all the data and
Yeah.
putting it together, because I originally started Locations Unknown as a website to kind of track, because I just found it fascinating that there's all these cases that can't be perfectly solved with a theory.
Right.
That Tara and
Especially with
Nancy
the
are covering up.
children.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Especially the ones with children where literally they turned around and they were gone and they
Yeah, just
couldn't find
gone.
it.
Yes.
Yeah, those ones
Yeah.
are the weird ones to me too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
See, and that's interesting hearing from you that's been out there, because you would expect if it was more normal, you would say, oh, yeah, that's common because here's why. But if it's weird to you guys also, that
That's
does make
weird.
it that actually makes it more creepy for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we
But
would-
yeah.
go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was gonna finish your point because I have a different question from a listener. So.
No, it was just going to be like, if it was an animal, you'd think you would see signs, you would see, clothes torn up, you would see evidence, drag marks. You just don't see those things. And that's what's weird on those ones. Getting that from that guy, David, what's his last name again?
Politis.
Politis. Yeah. I mean, I think those are strange ones, but anyway, sorry, go ahead.
So this is a question from Holly Eklund. She's a teen daughter. She said it earlier. She's a teen daughter that really admires both of you. She loves listening to the show. Her question was, is it hard to become a park ranger in Yellowstone, as an example, for most U.S. national parks, if you are not a law enforcement, or is that a requirement?
It is not a requirement.
No.
To be a law enforcement park ranger in the National Park Service, most people start out by they have these seasonal academies, law enforcement academies and then you can get hired seasonally. If you don't want to do law enforcement, like maybe is that a requirement? I can't say right now with all the cuts. A lot of other jobs like interpretive ranger type jobs and general ranger jobs, those are kind of hard to come by, the general rangers. Interp usually hires people with degrees in stuff like not law enforcement, but like maybe environmental education. They hire people with degrees a lot of times. And in law enforcement, your degree could be criminal justice, or it could be underwater basket weaving. We don't really care. But to get in there on the ground in law enforcement, the best thing is to do a law enforcement academy, seasonal law enforcement academy, and you could just
more
Google that
marketable if you do that
and get your EMT. No matter what you do, get your EMT.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Excellent.
Okay.
And just always think, what would Nancy do?
What would Nancy do?
You guys
You guys got to get shirts.
I was just gonna say shirts, and like the bracelets, the whole
Yeah.
thing.
Yes.
I
Yeah.
think
that could be a recurring theme of the show.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, actually,
Funny.
next
Yep.
time I'm hiking, I'll probably think of that.
I'm
Like-
100% going to think of that.
what
I'm
would
going to take
Nancy do?
pictures of like, what would Nancy do?
Yeah, what
Obviously,
Nancy do?
Hayes
She
the biggest
goes
person
in.
there and
Yeah.
ride him as he goes down.
Yeah. Normally, like when I would work with a partner, if there was somebody, you ended up having to wrestle because that does happen with drunks and people like that. And, somebody's tall and I'm short. And I'm like, all right, you go high, I go low, kind of joking. But Nancy and I are both the same height. We're kind of down here. And it's kind of, we're like those wrestlers on Nacho Libre. Do you know what I'm talking
yeah.
about?
Yep,
Did you ever- I feel like you could turn Nancy and me loose and we would be like those wrestlers.
I just wish there was videos of all these things happening.
Too bad you don't have body cam footage of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank
yeah.
goodness we didn't have to wear that back then. Because
Yeah, we kind of just barely missed the body cam.
that's
Yeah.
right.
Off.
Be digital proof on that.
Yeah,
Right.
you would be like the front page of like every park ranger rides a tased.
I mean, your show would be much bigger right now.
Yeah, the park
Yeah.
ranger
If
that.
we showed those clips, it sure would.
Oh
be.
yeah,
We do have on our show, we do mostly cover cases like crime,
Mhm.
like crime off the grid. But we also do ranger tales where we get rangers or former rangers to come on and tell a story, just their story. And sometimes they're, them investigating a horrific crime, or they're something like, the special response team in Yellowstone had to walk these llamas out that came from Hare Krishnas in a van. I mean, crazy stuff that you can't make up. There's so some of them are silly stories for the ranger tales, and some are pretty serious stories. We just recorded one where a ranger was involved in a shooting on the border, and he was telling that story. So it's kind of crazy. He's fine. But so
That'll come out in a couple of
and
weeks.
people
so
seem
folks
to
should
like
listen to that.
yeah. People seem to like the Ranger Tales. I think maybe Nancy and I might bore them a little bit if it's just us telling the story. Like,
I don't think so. It might be. It's like it's really neat because it gives people a different perspective of what goes on the parks. Because everyone, I mean, even people that listen to our show, Mike and I hiked a lot, so it seems like it's not interesting to us. But then we get comments of like city slickers who are like afraid to go in the woods. And they're like, "Oh, we're living vicariously through your stories." And it's so just normal to us. So I'm sure things
right.
like you riding a giant man who's tased, that's an outlier to you. That's pure insanity to me.
Yeah.
You're like, that's not a normal Tuesday, but it just happened. I'm like, that doesn't just happen.
Yeah.
In my life, I've never seen that ever.
Yeah. And Nancy and I think we had different experiences being women just in general and doing law enforcement. And sometimes it made things easier. Sometimes it made things harder. I can remember we would also do a lot of service things in the park, like people lock their keys out of their car. I love unlocking cars for people. And, some of us, there was another gal as a ranger, and we got really good at, and if we didn't want our male counterparts to get to the lockout before we did, because we liked unlocking them. And I can remember driving up to some guy that'd been sitting there in the hot sun, locked his keys in his truck. And as I rolled up, he's like, "Great, they sent a girl." And it's like,
He literally said that out loud.
Out loud. Oh,
So
great,
you
they
tased
sent a
him?
girl. I tased him, yeah. And I'm like, Nancy, what would you do? Okay, on it.
What would Nancy do? Tase him.
Staying on the taser thing, I went to Camden one day with a trainee that I was training, and a guy jumped out of a 2-story window, and he was extremely intoxicated. So we were trying to arrest him, and we looked up, and there was 30 people surrounding us. And we put the guy in the car really quickly, and we stood back to back, and then we took off the cartridges and we spark tested as we're back to back and we're turning in a circle. And I said, "It isn't worth it." And then they all went, "Okay." And they all, "Hey," but you look up and see that, and it's just like, oh my gosh, this is gonna be bad.
We had one of those too in Canyon, and it was like Deliverance, and I'm hopefully you guys get that reference.
Yeah.
Like we were contacting someone who had a violation, whatever. It was in the dark, and all of a sudden these people just come out for more, and they look like
playing.
Yes, they look like Deliverance, and it was like throw them in the car, get them to the ranger station because, and that was I didn't tase this guy, but he got tased, and he pulled off the the probes, and we were like, oh my gosh, this is deliverance. And
That's terrifying when you tase somebody and they're like, nope.
oh yeah,
Take it out. And you're like,
Yeah.
holy
Yeah.
cow. What type
Yeah.
of drugs are you on that you just
yeah,
like broke the laws of physics and just said, no, electricity, you can't?
yeah.
That's why when Tara says you got to act quick, you definitely have
You
to
have
act
to
quick,
act quick.
or
Mhm.
you're
Wow.
going to lose it.
Yeah.
You guys are like the
Yeah.
Park Service John Wicks.
I don't know. I don't know about that. I mean, most of the time we're not beating people up or affecting arrests or tasing people. Most of our job really and truly as a park ranger is about helping people in the park. Not 90% of our job is like helping other people in the park. And I loved that. That's why I wanted to do that as opposed to just being a regular cop somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would love to be a cop in a park.
Yeah. 'Cause
Any
Well,
job in the park I would
'cause-
love.
hopefully most of the time you're just out there hiking and talking with people.
Yeah.
Not tasing.
Well, there's freedom. I mean, like now they're really shorthanded and they're just running from call to call to call.
Yeah.
And they just don't have as much freedom, I think, as probably Nancy and I did, because it was wonderful just hanging out, at an overlook, at a pullout, and people coming up and asking questions. And then, then there would be that call and you would run off to that call. And as a ranger friend of mine said, hey, I got to go lights and siren and passing on curves. He thought that was fun. And, but, but yeah, so then it was a lot of talking to decent humans and then running to help other humans is what
Mhm.
That's awesome.
that job was.
Very
So,
fulfilling work.
yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I would say.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
Well,
Yeah.
I think we'll have to at some point do a longer interview episode with both of you. 'Cause
Absolutely.
I have so many more questions, and your job sounded so cool.
Yes.
I would trade what I do for during the day for what you guys did 1,000 times over. I think.
We've talked about this before, and I think I can count on one hand in 32 years how many times I said, I wish I didn't have to go to work today.
Yeah. Right.
Just,
Yeah,
it's
that's
just,
not
it was
very
rare.
many of those. Yeah,
Yeah,
That's
not
that's
many.
Love the
fantastic.
job.
Both
Yeah.
are very blessed, and thank you very much for starting your show, and B, agreeing to meet with us and start this whole venture. And this has been a lot of fun. It's been great
Oh,
getting
thank
to know you
you.
both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's been
No,
great.
this has been great. I tell people who we belong to, you guys, your group, and it's actually helped us a lot, and we
That's
really
great.
appreciate it.
No,
Yeah.
I'm
do.
glad.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's what we're trying to do. That's
Yeah.
what we've always been very big about the spaces. This isn't a competition thing. We've always
Right.
looked at it as we can all help each other grow. And it's such a the outdoor true crime genre community is super small. So it's awesome that we get to all know all the people. National Park
Yeah.
After Dark is huge. And they just came
Yeah.
on the show because
Yeah.
it's such a small
Yeah.
space.
Yeah.
You guys are going to get bigger than us soon, and that's going to be awesome. So you just make sure you take us with you. And then, no, this is going to be a lot of fun continuing to grow this.
Thank
And
you.
the
Can
neat
I
thing
one-
is,
go ahead.
you guys, is we did the Into the Wild. We did the Magic
We
Bus
did that. We did the
142,
Magic Bus too.
And
Oh.
Well,
it
we are
was-
going on a cruise in Alaska.
Yes.
Yeah.
Through the Association of National Parks and
Rangers.
ANPR, Association of National Park Rangers. They partner with Royal Caribbean to provide speakers on Alaska cruises, and so Nancy are going to be speakers on one of the cruises, and so we have to do everything about Alaska, and we did that one on our podcast so that we can present it there
Awesome.
as well. And
Well,
I do
then-
want to say one more thing about the Unknown Media Group and the thing
Okay.
that I like about that space. We kind of like closure. Like our cases all are adjudicated if they're a case or they're closed cases. And you guys do all that other mystery stuff, which I'm not able in my brain to research.
Yeah.
And I think that is such a good compliment to everybody in the Unknown Media group, is that, there's the mystery people, there's the true crime case closed people.
Yes.
So I think it complements a
Yeah.
lot.
That's fantastic. And that actually answered the question. So Michelle Medic, she was the one that guest hosts a couple times, and her husband are starting another show that's focusing mainly on Alaska. So you're going to have to
Oh,
go
wow.
on her show.
Oh yeah.
There's a lot of synergy that's happening organically. And it's kind of like when we met and talked about the group, I always say, I like to do cool shit with cool people. And magic happens when you do that. And you guys are great. I knew from the first meeting that it was going to be awesome. Keep doing your show. And then there's always going to be synergies. We'll definitely have you on our show again to talk more stories. You'll have to go on Michelle's show when she gets it off the ground. But no, we appreciate you guys so much. And thanks for doing this too. And we just hope we can help you keep growing and getting bigger and bigger.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
thanks for the
This
invite,
was
guys.
fun.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
was awesome.
Have a good rest of your night.
All right, thank you.
See ya.
All right. And then I'll answer that one question. And then Andy's in the studio now. So we'll get him pulled back up on the
Yeah.
screen.
So everyone listening, give us a few minutes. We'll get the members only call up and running here shortly.
Yes. And then there was a question asking about what the group was. So we talked about it a little bit in the beginning of some episodes, but we are trying to do this full time. That's why we're very jealous of National Park After Dark. They get to do this full time. And we want to get there, but we have full-time jobs and families we have to take care of, apparently. So what we're doing is we formed a group where we're getting other podcasts that are essentially part of our network. So we just self-promote them. They still own their own shows. We don't actually own their show, but we're helping promote it. There's Andy. We're popping them in there. You can put the headphones on there. But we're just trying to gather outdoor-related podcasts, and they're actually not all outdoor, but just podcasts that aren't super huge just yet. And we're kind of banding together to see if we can't just build a network. I always joke that we're slowly becoming cable. So, hey, Andy, how's it going?
Hello.
You there?
I'm here.
We told everybody you just had a new addition to the family. I did not give details because it's private, but
yeah. Brand new addition, 2 weeks old right now. So I had some father duties, but I'm here.
So this is like a break for you.
A little bit of a break. Yeah.
Yes. Awesome. So Christy Velasco, I hope that answered the question. It's just anytime you see a podcast with, you can see kind of the locations unknown, like ticker tape, it'll say unknown media in the corner. And that's going to be a show that's part of our network. We don't own them. It's kind of like we're a consortium or something. I don't even know how to describe it, but we decide to work together. Is it like too tight?
No, I got it.
Spin it around.
Yeah, we're good.
So I think the next thing we're going to do, we waited just for you for this. I think we're doing voicemails.
All right. I love it.
If you want, there's beer in the fridge.
I would love
Go grab a beer or soda or whatever you'd like. We will take 30 or 40 seconds. I'm going to go mute so you guys can just hang on. We're going to get set up again and then keep this train rolling.
Yes.
All
So,
and we're back.
we're back. We'll cut all that out.
Nope.
So is this a 24-hour thing, or how late are you going?
As long as you're here.
Okay.
We'll see how long Evan talks. So,
Actually, we could probably set a record with Evan.
yeah,
He could go for at least 12 to 18 hours, I bet.
probably. All right. So we need to get the members only call fired up.
Oh, that's what we're doing. I thought
Yeah.
we were doing voicemails.
Nope.
All right. Google Meet.
Yeah.
All right.
But I had sent a link out.
Yeah, this is the one from your.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see. Allow this time. Allow. I really hope this works. I just got to change it all to the Roadcaster. And this one's going to be OBS virtual camera.
Boom.
There we go. Join now. All right. Multiple people are waiting to join the call. Admit all. There we go. We got CK and Stephanie. How are you guys doing? Can you hear us? Excellent.
Sorry, we're running a little late.
What start? Ooh, 10 minutes ago?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. We apologize.
We'll just cut into voicemails.
Absolutely. That's fine. All right. Are we allow this time? I'm making sure everything is all good. Can you guys see us? That's my face.
That's all you want to see.
Yeah, you don't want,
want to see the other half. Right now.
this is exactly why we got Andy here. Here we go. Hold on. I'm gonna figure this out. No, I'm not. Oh yeah, okay. I can see what you're doing. What's going on there? I don't think I can share the whole thing and then going. That's fine.
That looks okay.
Yes.
The stream can't see this.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out here. So if I do this, it's only showing a little bit. And it's reversed. This is what I don't like about video conferencing. They always mirror the camera, so everything's backwards. Nobody wants that.
Okay, now I see the far right screen. Or no. Oh.
We're gonna try a couple more things and then I'm gonna give up. Otherwise, we can get going. You start. I'm gonna figure this out.
All right. Well, we had a lot of people say they were going to join, so I don't know.
They all got impatient 10 minutes ago.
Probably. Well, thank you for sticking with it for 10 minutes.
Yes.
Maybe some others will join, and I'll post here on Patreon that we are live now. But like we always say to everyone, thank you. Thank you for helping support the show. Means a lot to us. We're trying to make it better and better, and the direct support from people on Patreon has helped us by like better microphones and the equipment in the studio. So we can't thank you enough, and it's been long overdue to do one of these members only calls.
Yes.
So we're talk about whatever you want. Any questions?
I have one question because John, you're on the call. So how hard was it to do Bear NATO scripts and Bear NATO videos? And if you're talking, you're muted. Yes.
Yep.
We got you. That was absolutely awesome, by the way. I don't know if you heard before, but my kids absolutely got a kick out of it. They were just shocked that A, people listen to the show, and B, people cared enough to make really cool trailers to Bear NATO movies, which I still think should actually be made. I think there's money to be made there.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think if we could get the actual celebrities to act in it that you had.
Those are the only kind of ideas I have, by the way. The damn good ones.
Yes.
Yeah, it is amazing the technology that you can use now to do that versus if you tried to do something like that 10 years ago. I don't even know how you would do it. So how is everyone doing tonight? What I don't know, what do we want to talk about?
Hold on, I think the live stream can't hear the callers. Keep talking. I'm gonna figure this out while you go. You guys can ask questions, anything you want. We're completely silent. Which what we could do is because a lot of more people are supposed to come on, which fine, it's not. We could listen to voicemails and then have them be a part of it.
We could.
What do you guys want to do? You're patron supporters. You can guide us. You like the voicemails? All right, you're now a part of the show.
I like it.
This will involve everybody. All right.
There's some ruthless
I
ones
saved them
here.
out on the no, they're all pretty good. I saved them out on the drive.
Okay.
I numbered them and dated them.
All right. I will open this up. And yeah, if you guys want to jump in and have any questions while you're waiting, we will answer anything. You can ask Mike what his favorite color is, what type of underwear he's got on, anything. Let's see. All right. Share drive. In the main feed. What was that? Yeah, we met in college through
Mutual friend.
Yeah, it was my old girlfriend's roommate had a boyfriend, and then me and the boyfriend became friends and dumped the girlfriends. And then Mike was friends with that guy.
Yeah.
And then we all ended up moving into a house together because we got along so well. And then we just decided to start hiking and camping. And then it all led to us being in this studio tonight, eating pizza, having a beer with friends, talking to people on the internet.
Yeah. It's yeah, and you should tell the story how you met your wife.
So yeah, oh yeah. Because that was like only a year after I knew you.
Yeah.
We were at a college party, and this wasn't you that asked me, it was Basso. We were at a mutual friend's party, and we had this friend who is tall and he was good looking. And he was like, "How do you meet girls?" And I said, "You're tall and good looking. What are you talking about? like, just be confident. Like, just go talk to them. They're normal people. Like, you just go say hi, start a conversation. And then if you guys kind of like each other, go on a date." Like, I was just like, "What do you mean? How do you meet girls? You talk to them." And he goes, "It's not that easy." I said, "Yes, it is that easy. Like, and if you don't get along, then you won't date. It's fine, but you just talk to them like normal people." And I go, "Pick any girl here and I'll go talk to her." And then he pointed right at my wife, my current wife. And I just went up and started talking to her. And I said, "Hey, you want to play beer pong with me or something?" And then literally the rest is history.
Current wife and only wife.
Yeah, current wife and only wife. Yes. I've only dated like I've only dated one other person, and I met her, and we just like, it was chemistry, hit it all off. So Mike's been here for all of my major life events, essentially.
That's true, yeah. It's in your wedding. Yeah.
Hey, if you bet me, I'm gonna win the bet. That's just how it works. All right. We got first voicemail from January 7th of this year. Like a man. So Mike, we've gotten this question too in the chat. I think you need to finally reveal what your preference is for.
I think it's better to just leave it a mystery.
It's really so.
Oh, did you not hear the voicemail?
Oh,
okay.
No.
Ah.
Okay. This might be an issue. I think this has happened before. So basically, this was referencing back to a voicemail. We won't be able to do the voicemails anymore. This is what happens when you just do a live stream and don't prep for it. So we had a voicemail, and I don't remember what it was said. I saved it as one of my favorite voicemails that we ever had. And a caller called in to ask us to settle a debate between her and her husband on how you wipe Yes, this has become infamous on when you're done wiping, do you check or do you just assume?
That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
So the question is, Andy.
Oh, you have to check.
Yeah. Well, you're a lawyer.
You got to be certain. No room for error.
Yeah, I think yeah, there you can go by feel or you can go by visual confirmation.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one.
This topic makes Mike incredibly uncomfortable, and that's why this is why I love it. Look at you're literally hiding.
He's hiding.
You're literally hiding right now.
No problem.
No, so Mike has yet to reveal. I mean, Andy, you just jumped in. You didn't even feel
I
the
have
water.
nothing to hide here. Yeah. It's not that difficult of a question.
That's kind of how I feel about it. Now, I could be crossing a line, but are you a look down and check or a bring up and check?
More of a look down, but it's situational dependent, I think.
Okay. All right. Oh, we got Aaron added to the call. Hey, Aaron, how's it going? Hey, you're muted if you're talking. No, that's okay. Maybe she just wants to listen. That's fine. Welcome to the live stream. We're just talking about if you check when you wipe. Hey, Aaron, no problem. How's it going? Were you listening to the stream before you joined? Okay. It's probably better that you weren't based on the topic we were talking about.
So so can they hear the people on Google?
I have the audio going out. I don't think she was watching live stream at all.
No, I'm can everyone watching hear the people that have called in? Not the voicemails, but the actual people.
Yeah. I'm checking right now. Yeah, that says there's 24 people on, and Holly Eklund just sent a poop emoji. We have. She also wrote "ill, no visual, haha."
So no, they can't hear the
no
members only. People logging in.
That's too bad. What we'll do is we can. This is really tragic because you guys can't hear the voicemails and they can't hear you. So we're just like weird intermediaries that are translating between two groups of people doing stuff. But Aaron, just for your knowledge, you guys are kind of running the show here right now. So if you have questions, if you want to say anything, you want to tell us that you hate how we pronounce words, now is your opportunity. You specifically, I'm putting you on the spot. All right.
Not a single one.
Yeah.
There's got to be one. You listen to the show, right?
Oh,
ouch.
All right. I like you, Stephanie. Yeah. We recently, so Stephanie just said she likes when we mispronounce words and when we say we're going to cut something and we don't. We recently actually, in the last few episodes, we started toying with actually editing, but none of the content. We won't ever edit the content. We just get rid of the ums, the ands, the awkward pauses that all podcasts eliminate. It's just that before then, we have very little time to do this because of our jobs and kids and families and stuff. So we would record at night and then just post it and not do any editing at all. And it makes people very upset. Specifically that one lady on Spotify.
Yeah.
That just hates us.
Yeah, she's not happy with us and
keeps listening but hates you.
Yeah. The free podcast.
It is weird how much people hate us sometimes.
Yes.
It's unhealthy to hate something that much that's free that you don't have to listen to. Absolutely. What are you typing away at? Yeah, I think so. I think she keeps listening because she likes to hate on us, and that's just some people. She's like a masochist. Like Gets really upset. I think some people get really upset because our show, if you can believe it or not, is kind of popular. We as far as podcasts go, for most people, they're not as big as our show. And there's people that get really upset because they say they could do it better. And then I say, you should do it better. And I'll put you on our network. And then they don't. Yeah. So that's okay. She's very jealous. That's what they are. You're right, Stephanie. Everyone's jealous of us. Especially Andy. That's why he's throwing. That's why he's throwing barbs over here.
we got to the root of it in 10 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. We could. All right. What is the favorite episode that we've done so far, Mike? What's your favorite episode?
I like doing the paranormal, off the deep end type episodes.
Okay.
Those are the least popular, but my favorite.
Do you have a favorite one of those episodes?
I like doing the different triangle episodes.
All the triangles.
Yeah. Like Bermuda, we covered the Alaska Triangle. We covered the one in Nevada.
Yeah, the vile vortices one in Nevada.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know. Those are my favorite.
All right, Andy, you've been on like 3 episodes.
Those are my favorite.
Those are your favorite. Which one of them?
Episode 1 of the Gwen Hasselquist story.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
We were talking a lot about that in the beginning of the show.
Were you?
I gave you all the credit. 100%.
Okay.
I always give you all the credit. Didn't tell them what we were working on, but explained how much information we now have that we can't really release yet. We're biding our time.
Yeah, hoping more to come.
I think one of my favorite ones that wasn't a normal episode was the one that I had Andy on and Reed when we did the National Park Trivia episode. We had a little bit too much to drink. It was just a fun one. It was a fun episode, and we just had some drinks, and then I made up a fake game show. Like I think earlier that day, I looked up royalty-free game show noises and like just put them on the soundboard.
Yeah.
But that was one of my more fun ones. But I'm with you on the Gwen. I like all the Gwen ones because I think it's intriguing. It's a good story. I think there's actual live mystery that's occurring right now, and we're just trying to figure out the best way to bring it to more eyes and ears.
Yeah.
My second favorite is the one where you read mean comments about you.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
We can do that.
Yeah, we
here coming up.
Yeah, I mean, there's enough.
Yeah.
There's enough. We can do entire shows of just mean comments. But no, great question, Stephanie. Thank you very much. Okay, John said I should go back to saying swag at the end of the episodes. I feel self-conscious about saying it now that I know what it means. And I felt so old. I agree. It is our show. We should do what we want. So do you know what swag means?
I have no
Andy?
idea.
So we've been saying swag, but apparently swag is referencing when you get something for free.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Like clothes or hats.
Yeah, because it stands for stuff we all get.
Okay. Yeah.
And if you're selling it, you have to say merch.
Oh,
so I've been saying, go buy our sweet swag at the end of the show. And someone's like, she was nice about it though. She's like, hey, just FYI, swag is supposed to be free. I was like, oh,
fair enough. I like that though. I think you should keep saying it.
As the attorney, your job is definitions and words.
In a court of law, not on a podcast.
Yeah.
We're not going to split those hairs here.
All right, I like you again.
Thank you.
All right, John, you know what? I'm going to go back to saying swag.
Yeah, I would.
John, if John's a Patreon member, he wants it. He gets it.
You say so many other words wrong.
Not as. No, I don't. Just Native American words, Hawaiian words, Russian words.
Most places.
Yeah, just normal English words, city names, mountain names, trail names, Patreon member names.
Pretty much everything.
But other than that,
oh
man, those are Hawaii episode words are so difficult. Like the name of someone else wants to join the call. The name of like the state fish. Did you ever like look that up?
Did you check an OBS
for what?
To see if you can get the
audio?
Yeah.
I have it going through. I'll just keep repeating all their questions when they pop up. So I'm going to look up the fish of Hawaii, the official Hawaii fish. And is anyone on here that knows how to say it? That's when I first heard about it. Yeah, there it is. It's
no way.
Yeah, this is
That's not a name.
homu nuku nuku apu aa.
No.
That's literally this is the official fish of Hawaii.
That's incredible.
Here, how to pronounce it? Let's see if this plays. No, do that. I got to mute this while we get the ad going. Here we go. Ready? It
You're not sharing your screen.
I don't need to share the screen for the
Oh,
sound.
I think you're muted.
Oh yeah, I am muted. There you go. That was not easy.
Did everyone hear that? Nope.
See, here's the deal. The stream probably heard it, but you guys couldn't on here because we haven't figured that out yet. We got everything kind of working except for this. Philip, welcome to the call. How's it going? Oh, and Karina. All right, I'm with you on that one too, Stephanie. I think I said it correctly also. So new people to call, we're just kind of free flowing here. If you have questions, if you have concerns, if you have criticisms, you can share them all with us.
You're opening up for concerns now. This is a new thing.
Yeah. Phil just wrote good. I think so, because it did say John, although it didn't sound like you, but I suspected it might be you. So yes, it was about the wipe question. And just to reiterate, because I think that we need to cover this, and Mike still hasn't answered yet. The topic was earlier in one of our voicemail episodes, a caller called in and wanted us to settle a dispute between her and her husband on if when you're done going number 2, do you just assume you're done wiping or do you check? And Andy, without skipping a beat, said, "Oh, obviously you check. You don't want to leave it to chance." Or
absolutely.
What did you? What was
no
your
room for error?
No room for error was the word he used. Mike. John just said the proof is in the pudding. Ooh, here we go. We got. Let's see here. Karina, I have an Alaska story that's going to make you guys hate me.
Oh.
All right. You have to come off of mute and tell us that. Philip just put a poop emoji. I don't know if that means you check or not. Oh, yeah. Check out. Okay. Yes. Yeah. He's a looker. Yeah. Now, there's a follow-up to if you're a looker, do you look down or do you bring it out and look at it? This determines what class you are, citizen, by the way.
For those that may have tuned in recently, we are having a supporters only call, but we're having some technical issues where the audio from our supporters isn't heard on the live stream. So Joe is trying to relay everything, but it's getting wild.
It's getting wild. We're talking about wiping and checking.
Yeah. So we apologize for the technical issue.
All right. Hi, Karina.
Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you. You said Ellendorf Air Force Base? Elmendorf, okay. And that sums up your entire 5-year stint in Alaska? Sure. Yeah. Mhm. So like the animals will physically escape the mosquitoes by going
That's
on the
pretty
road.
crazy.
Okay. Yeah.
So yeah.
Oh, sorry.
So like that's crazy. So you lived on base for pretty much 5 years and then just never did anything from then. You did okay. You didn't even live on base. That's wild. So I think we're gonna hear a little bit of an echo, but I think it will pick it up on the stream. I don't know if that's better or worse.
So does anyone else hear that echo? Can people on the stream hear the people talking now? I'm thinking if we can't fix the audio issue, I think we'll have to redo this.
We'll do just
We'll redo a call.
with just patrons.
Yeah, it's not a good listening experience to the people on listening on the stream. So
Oh my Michael Ruka said it's worse. All right, I'm gonna not do that then. Here we go.
I think and we went late, and then I think we will have to redo a supporter call
Yeah, we're 100% gonna
again.
do this.
We were late. We were 10 minutes late to starting it, so I think there were some people that didn't want to wait any longer. So I think we will do
we'll do something better and more special.
a dedicated call where we can spend a lot more time and not have to deal with this audio issue.
Does that work for you guys? Okay, yeah, we're really sorry about that. We it should be working because it says the audio is routing through our soundboard, and for whatever reason, it is just not.
We keep saying this is why we don't live stream.
Yeah,
and we record it and then upload it later because it's just a lot of additional things.
Well, and you know what's funny? The audio that we're recording here,
yeah,
will have it.
Yeah,
it will have it in there, and it'll be fine. It's just what's streaming for some reason. So,
well, let this person join and then tell them we're ending the call.
No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. Sorry. So no, thank you all for your support. Obviously, you really help keep the ship going, and we're gonna do we'll do something extra too because this is
we'll do a longer one. Yeah, this
we'll figure it.
We thought this was gonna work, but
yeah.
We will we'll do a dedicated one where
yes,
and hopefully we can get more of because we have almost 200 supporters, and I had there were at least 25 or 30 that said they were going to come on. So I think a lot of people just bailed when we didn't start right at 8:30.
I'm glad we have all the nice listeners that are still streaming. Like I got an A for effort from Holly. Thank you, Holly.
Yes.
No, thank you guys. We'll put something together just for you guys for sure. But appreciate you. John, always appreciate you for all the cool stuff you've developed for us. It's been awesome.
You are now our new intro
on
all our videos.
Yes.
Yeah.
Heck yeah. I love it. I love it. And anytime anyone asks, I send them to your YouTube page and let them know. So thank you all very much. Thank you all for supporting the show and keeping us moving. It really does motivate us to keep growing and get better. So we really appreciate you all. And yeah, please stay on the live stream if you can. We'll keep this whole thing going. All right.
All right. Yep. See you guys.
All right.
All right. So do we know if the voicemails, when you play them, if the stream can hear them?
Let's throw that out there. Michael Ruka, since you are paying attention, I'm going to play this and you let me know if you can hear it. I'm going to replay that one voicemail. All right.
Michael, did you hear that?
I'm always going to bring up toilet paper to you now.
Dang
it. Okay. This is ridiculous.
All right, Joe, I will talk with Andy while you try to figure this out.
Yes. You know what I'm going to do? I'll play it. I can do that from my phone into the thing with Bluetooth. Yes. So you keep talking. I'll get it set. This I can fix. I know I can.
So we have the esteemed Andy in the studio with us now. How's the little one?
The little one's great. Yeah. It's getting so much sleep. I can't even describe how wide awake I am right now. It's wonderful.
Oh,
as you know, Mike.
Yeah. I still, my littlest one likes to get up in the middle of the night and scream really loud, which is great.
Just for no reason.
Yeah, I think just to wake us up.
Just to be like, hey, you were sleeping?
Hey, you sleeping? No,
not anymore. Not anymore. That's great.
No, that's cool.
That sounds like a lot of fun. I have that to look forward to, I guess.
For those listening, I'm going as fast as I can.
Yeah, Joe is. I'm rambling with Joe, trying to fill the air while he's trying.
You're
to
rambling with Andy.
Andy,
I'm
yes.
Joe.
Yes.
This is why I'm trying to go as fast as
Mike's not getting any sleep either.
No.
All right, here. Ready? Let's see how good I am at doing this. Here we go. It's gonna play in.
All right. I was listening to the voicemail episode. This is John, by the way. Listening to the voicemail episode, you guys started talking about toilet paper. So to answer Joe's question, I'm pretty sure Mike is a little too bashful to stare at that soggy piece of paper directly in the eyes. Joe, however, probably stares it right in his brown eye and decides when he's done. That's it.
All right, can you guys hear that?
Please say yes. There's a little bit of a delay.
There's a delay.
Hey, there we go.
See, I Bluetoothed it from my phone to the soundboard.
MacGruber.
MacGruber.
Nice work, Joe.
All right. So now they finally heard that for the first time and understand what I was talking about.
Heard
toilet
that
paper
for the fifth time.
Yeah, we've heard it the fifth time. No one else has. All right. So we're going to move on to the next voicemail. Why we really here. All right. Look at how excited everybody is. Thank you for hanging on.
Finally working.
Yes.
We had 27 viewers and it's down to 19. Everyone's like, I'm abandoning this bullshit.
They're talking about things we can't hear.
All right. This one's from January 12th of 2025.
Hey guys, just finished the Christopher McCandless episode. Super good. Absolutely loved it.
Thank you.
I've seen the movie several times. But really, I learned things tonight from you guys that I hadn't seen before or knew about. So just want to give you props for that. And anyone who says all these terrible things about him, you know what? Would they do this? Could they do this? Could they do anything that he had done? I doubt it. So, like that other person said, they can suck it. All right, guys. Thanks for your hard work.
We agree. Thank you. Nova said, I wish I could unhear that message, though. Not that last one, the first one.
Yeah. Yep.
All right. Let's see. This one's February 1st, 2025.
Hi. So, Mike, this is Grace calling back again.
I had just recently listened to a podcast about a man about my age, well, he's 67, and he went missing in a state park in New Mexico. And it was recent. It was like around June 28th of 2024. The guy's name is, I believe it's Daryl Johnson Sr., but everybody called him Bubba. Anyway, he went from Arizona with friend or friends in a vehicle, and they all met up at this state park called Conchas, Conchas, I believe, in New Mexico. Anyway, there were about 30 some of them, and they were there to celebrate a birthday over the weekend. Anyway, there's all sorts of conflicting reports, but Daryl was never seen again. And he had a beloved dog he would not have left behind. I mean, it's just really sad, and it doesn't sound like wherever the state park is, apparently there aren't, I don't know if officials aren't interested in getting into it because it's so far off, beaten trail or whatever, but it's just a thought as a possible suggestion, seeing as that's what you guys do is, state, federal, local parks. And guy was 67 and he deserved to come home okay. I don't think that he's okay. That's just what my intuition tells me. And there's too many changes in stories from all the people. But anyway, so it's just a thought. All right. Thank you guys. Take good care. Stay warm. Bye-bye.
I was trying to be subtle, have you mute it while that was on to remind Evan that we have the call at 10.
Oh, I told him what time.
Okay, well,
Yeah. I did. He asked what time.
Okay.
He wanted to confirm.
Did we send him a link?
I didn't.
I didn't either.
We'll send it to him. We'll get it to him. So I think that's a good case suggestion. We should look into that one. Daryl.
Yeah, sounds interesting.
Write it on the table.
Just wrote it.
Yeah. I think this might have been her earlier one.
Hello, Mike and Joe. I just wanted to leave you a message. This is Grace. I've found you before. I'm in Montana. And I actually remember this from high school English. The word longevity, it's not pronounced long, like long, L-O-N-G, jevity. It's pronounced longevity. So the G is only pronounced once, but it sounds more like a J. So it's it's longevity, not longevity. Okay, so I thought you might like to know that. Okay, and also, here's something you may not know. The two words in the English language where there's nothing that rhymes with them, they're both colors, purple and orange. Okay, God bless you, boys. Bye.
I knew orange. And orange actually does have something that rhymes with it. Door hinge.
That's not a word.
Yeah.
You, quiet.
That was incredible, though. I love that she corrected you on your pronunciation, then called back with a tip for next episode.
Those are actually
That's
my
as good as
favorite.
it gets,
Those are my favorite listeners because they're
Yeah.
nice about it, and then I'll actually learn something. So I will now say longevity.
Yeah.
Appropriately.
Mix in some hate from Spotify.
Like an actual
Comments.
Comment.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you want to read some mean comments, that's a perfect time.
I feel like we've got to sprinkle some of these in because
compliment sandwich, right? Something that's
Yes.
good, then a little bit of hate, then something good.
Yeah, something like that.
All right.
All right, give me a second here to pull it up. Let's see here. Trying to find the one we talk about a lot.
That mean lady.
So
Yeah, she just like waits for a release to come out to leave a horrible comment about how we're bad at pronouncing stuff, and I'm like, yeah, we know. We talk about it too.
one of the comments we get a lot is about how long it takes us to get to the case. And a lot of people actually time the episodes for us and will let us know. And, we've told people like part of the format of the show is location, character, timeline. Like this was a comment from someone, 24 minutes for you to start the first case. Not great. Well, that's how we do it. We've been doing that forever.
Yeah.
So this was the FL girl left us. She left a first message that didn't make it on here, and then she wrote, "Can't believe you removed an honest negative comment. You write the show but have trouble reading it. You murder pronunciations and think it's funny.
Mhm.
I am most annoyed by the ums and ahs.
Mhm.
I know you removed this comment as well, so before you do, I will stop following, but not before I give you my rating."
Nice.
So
I
left
like
it on.
yeah. I don't like her ratting.
Yeah. So
She's from Florida. She can't talk.
right.
You don't even live in a real state. I love
You
Florida.
just lost 10 listeners.
I love Florida.
Play another one. I'll try to find another good
Cassie
one.
Sullivan. I also love the rundown of the parks. That's why we do it, actually.
Yeah.
That's how you can tell someone's a new listener. They get mad at the format that we purposely put in place.
Yeah. For every episode.
Yes. All right. February 5th voicemail coming in hot.
A message about maintenance to enhance user safety, but the mystery continues.
What the heck?
Software version.
January 29th, or just the other day.
They say that
Did we get butt dialed?
I think we got butt dialed.
reception say, I've seen you from the other side, and now it's your turn to see me from here.
Yeah, it's somebody watching TV.
Many owners of these mirrors have covered their screen.
Fast forward.
To receive my mistake.
Let that go.
The profile picture.
I already clicked it and seen. It was you. It wasn't me.
I didn't get on any of it. Someone had swept away the person by hand.
Do you think that had something to do with me? I'm sure it didn't. I'm almost certain because I wasn't nowhere near your phone, Merle. Couldn't happen. I don't need you to change the story. It is in your history where I wasn't on the phone.
Oh, it's getting spicy.
That's what's crazy.
Give him a phone.
Why are you tripping?
Come on, you're calling somebody else.
I ain't calling anybody.
That was like America.
great.
No, we should call them
was
back
that a-
right now.
Was that a prank?
Do we need to do
No.
a wellness check?
I think that was there's some
See,
marital
like-
dispute occurring.
Texting a side woman on her phone or something and got caught?
She had his phone,
Oh.
and I think something about he didn't do the dishes.
But you think she was calling on his phone?
Oh yeah, because he
Yeah.
said, "Give me back my phone."
I know you're calling someone.
Yeah, that's weird.
That's yeah. Okay.
All right. That was the 5th of February. We're gonna go to February 8th now.
Hey, locations unknown. My name's Caroline. Just want to say I love your podcast. It's the only one that can really actually make me laugh out loud. I was just listening to the most recent voicemail episodes, and I must look like a lunatic because I was laughing so hard about this toilet paper stuff. I don't know what that was about, but it's really funny. Heard about your podcast from National Park After Dark. Actually wrote them a trail tale. They never aired. I'm kind of salty about it.
Ooh.
But
Should have brought it up earlier.
you guys play this voicemail, I might subscribe to Patreon for you guys instead of National Park After Dark. But anyways, in regards to this toilet paper thing, I mean, if I'm like hiking, and it's a true story, with my dog in the high mountains of Colorado, and my dog decides to chase a bighorn sheep that barrels towards me, and I'm literally about to shit my pants. I'm not looking at that toilet paper. I'm shitting and dipping. No time to look at what's going on. But I mean, as a nurse, like wipe your butt. I don't want to have to be dealing with what's left over if you're not checking that. So, I mean, unless you're about to get mauled by a large mammal, I'd say go ahead and wipe and check that you're all finished. Anyways, I love the podcast. Just wanted to say that. And yeah, keep up the good work. Y'all are awesome. Thank you.
Caroline, I think I know why they didn't read your trail tale, but I think you should send it to us and we will.
Yeah.
Absolutely. This toilet paper thing is going to haunt you. It's coming after you all the time.
I would have had that listen to it before, and we could have played it for them.
Oh, yes.
Like, put them on the spot. Why did you put this on your show?
Yeah, why didn't you trail tell that person? All right, 13th of February.
Hey, Joe. Hey, Mike. It's Michael from Pewaukee.
Hey.
Just listened to the voicemail episode, and I think the woman and her husband were in agreement that it's weird if people don't look at the toilet paper. I have to agree with them. I think it's I'd rather look now, even if it may be gross, than scrub later. Just my 2 cents. Take care, guys. Love the show.
So is John saying we should ask National Park After Dark?
No, he's asking why do episodes launch on Spotify first? Just curious.
Oh, I think
For
that
Patreon. Like, why isn't it Patreon going to patrons first, then Spotify?
Perfect world. That's what should be happening. We're usually rushed to get everything posted. But you're right. The episodes are supposed to. What are you doing?
Just finish answering the question, Mike. Stop, just answer the damn question.
Sawing the top of the can off?
Maybe. The can is now a cup.
Wow.
You were flabbergasted.
Yeah. So I don't even know where I was. Oh, why is Spotify before? No, you're right. The episodes, we should be launching them on Patreon first. Part of the thing too is we're now starting to edit our episodes. We're not cutting things out, but we're editing out like ums and ahs, and I actually go through and take the spacing out. So I was just reading that comment, something about undies.
I like how you said and left a space while you were talking about editing all those things out.
Why do you think we're editing?
Yes.
I say a lot.
Yes.
So in short, yes, the episodes should be releasing on Patreon first, so you guys can hear them first, and we will try to be better about that.
Yeah, we're getting there. But great question. We got some people we're bringing on. Maybe they'll help with this.
Yes.
All right, February 21st, we got 2, so I'm going to do the one. I think that's the first part, then part 2.
Good evening, Mike and Joe. This is Grace from Montana. I've only been here for a few years now. Have lived in a number of states in the U.S., but so it's nice to hear other people like the young man that you played his message from Missoula. Anyway, I was gobsmacked to hear my message on your voicemail on voicemail reactions part 9. It's just like came out of left field. So it was very kind of you to do that. And I thought, gee, I sound pretty good on the radio. A couple things I wanted to tell you. I think the first time I called you about pronunciations was 2 words in Montana that are really important. The capital, which some people pronounce Helena, but it is Helena here in Montana. And the river, I believe you pronounced it Galatian, which is a book in the Bible. And actually it's Gallatin. In fact, when Lewis and Clark were doing their expedition and they came to the Missouri headwaters, they named the 3 rivers after the current cabinet in 1803, and that was Jefferson, president, Madison, vice president, and Albert Gallatin, who was the Secretary of Treasury. So I didn't quite know what to think about the Vassar humor. I mean, it did make me laugh, and it made me think of 2 other things. Who knows, someday you might write a book, Locations Unknown, the book for bathroom etiquette for people to read in the bathroom. And when you were talking about 1 and 2, I thought, locations unknown. You've just given this a whole new meaning, if you understand what I mean. And I think, I don't know if you do T-shirts in your merch, but I thought this would be funny. A T-shirt that would either say, and only people that listen to the show would get this, he's a checker, he's not a checker. So anyway, one thing that I was going to say, and this might be something that you'll do later on, but I think it would be nice in the end if you were to find some real solid resources.
I think she's a part 2. I love Grace. So here's the deal. Here's the deal, guys. If we pronounced everything perfectly, we would have never got that voicemail.
Yeah.
Let's look at it that way. I love Grace. We're going to go to part 2. I hope she realized she got cut off because that's a nice message. I also love the idea of having shirts that say checker, not a checker. That's
like
hilarious.
An inside thing.
This is going to be, unfortunately for you, the new inside thing.
I'm just going to keep it a secret now.
I have a feeling he's not a checker and he's too embarrassed to say.
We're
or does that make you a risk taker?
Well, I'm an accountant by day. Do you think I'm?
Oh, he's a checker. He brings it up to his face too. Weirdo. All right, part 2.
Anyway, Mike and Joe, I wanted to finish with this because it is important. At the end of your program, or perhaps on the actual physical page that we see on our iPhones, that you might have, a couple resources on there for people to get help, because a countless number of people are dealing with something that is called, in my profession, ambiguous loss. And ambiguous loss would be like, for example, the people who had loved ones who died in 9/11, their bodies literally, it was like a blender. They were literally blended in with the concrete and the steel and everything else, and there was nothing left for most people to have with their loved ones. Many, most of them didn't even get as much as a ring or, a watch, even, like a shoe or a belt, anything like that. And so when people don't have the body or, belongings that were part of the person's body, it can take much longer for them to heal. And it's almost like a part of them is waiting for that person to come home because there was no burial per se. And that's where I see a lot of suffering with a lot of the 9/11 survivors. One book that's really good that I could recommend, it's called Getting to the Other Side of Grief. It's about surviving and thriving after a person has lost a spouse. Written by, I believe, one of the gals is a nurse and the other guy, I'm not sure if he's a doctor, but anyway, I've recommended it a number of times. It's really good. There's also something called Beginning Experience, or BE, and usually the Catholic Church promotes it, but it's not Catholicism, and so you don't have to be any religion at all. You could be an agnostic and go to one of these, but they usually have like a 2-day weekend, and it's like a donation fee. I did 2 BEs courses after my divorce, and I can tell you they were like lifelines for me, because a divorce is like death. And so anyway, just offering a few things where not only your listeners might go, wow, that might be something, good for me to look at, but particularly for, all of the people that have survived, like Kyle Britton's father, Steve, who sounded like he was able to take all of this the best that he could, but they're all survivors of ambiguous loss. At least the ones are whose bodies were.
Oh, she really takes the ball 3 minutes each time.
Yeah.
Not saying it's a bad thing, but no, that was her last one too. I think she just didn't call back in, but thank you, Grace.
Yeah,
she is great. She does have a good voice. and she's a good talker.
Good radio
Very
voice.
polite.
Yeah,
I agree.
very polite. I love Grace.
All right,
Thank you
gentlemen.
so
I
much.
think I've reached my curfew here.
You're turning
I
into
gotta
a pumpkin?
Go back and I'm turning into a pumpkin.
Yeah.
Someone has my slipper.
Okay.
Someone's got your diaper.
Yeah.
You got to go back and deal with that.
Yes. Got to go be a dad. But thanks for having me on.
Absolutely.
This was awesome. I appreciate it, and impressive what you're doing.
It's good. It's good to have you back, man.
Yeah, we'll be on again hopefully.
Oh
If I'm
yeah,
invited.
we got more Gwen Hasselquist coming up
All right.
in the future that we need. So
All right.
and other just fun episodes.
Yeah, whenever I'm around, you
All
know how
right.
to find me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
See you
All
later,
right,
Andy.
See you later.
All right, I got to go back to interview stack. There we go. Stop breaking stuff, Andy. Calm down. All right. What am I clicking on here? I gotta get
What
this
are you
video.
doing?
I'm just getting this video all centered and right. Getting all right here with the world. There we go. All right.
Oh,
And more voicemails. Thanks, Andy. All right. That was the 21st, 28th of February. Let's roll.
Hey, this is Karina from Texas. So I had a thought while listening to the episode today. You guys should do a show using completely exaggerated Wisconsin accents and say every park name and lake name and every name incorrectly, just to piss off the folks who feel the need to call in and correct you guys. And then another thing, on your little soundboard or whatever, you have to get a button that says, "Don't put me out in my life." So every time someone tries to correct your pronunciation, just hit that button. Or you could just say, "Fuck off." Thanks. Love you guys. Bye.
The dangers of live streaming.
hey, how about you got the cat in the wall? You should have played that after.
Cat in the wall? Oh, no, not that one.
Cat in the wall, eh?
Not that one. It's so dumb. It's like shock jock morning crap. Okay. All right. We're going to March 9th. I do like that suggestion, having a sound bite for that. So here we go. March 9th.
Hey guys, my sister and I want to know, we have two very important questions for you. Number one, who is a celebrity or, a famous person in general that you would want to punch in the face? And number two, which celebrity or, again, famous person in general, do you think is secretly an alien? We look forward to hearing your answers. Thank you. Good night.
Those
Love
are
you.
fantastic questions.
I gotta
Love you too.
Think about those. I don't know.
I don't want to punch anybody in the face.
There's some you do.
No, but like even then, I feel like I'm becoming more of a pacifist stoic as I get older. Like I
kind of want to punch you in the face. No, I'm kidding.
No, you're not. Who's a really bad celebrity, like a mean person that just like does illegal stuff that would like deserve a punch in the face? See, even then, I feel bad for people like that because like
Who's the guy on House of Cards?
House of Cards. Oh, the one that had all the like the sex scandal stuff.
Yeah, with kids.
Yeah. I want to punch him in the
Yeah.
face.
Yeah.
I want to punch him in the face.
Yeah.
And then who do I think is an alien? Gary Busey.
Yeah.
Gary Busey's an alien.
Either an alien or he's been abducted many times.
Yeah.
And a lot of
he's
tests been performed.
He's been probed.
Yeah.
More than once. So I want. Yeah, Diddy. I'll punch Diddy in the
Diddy,
face.
there we go. Yeah,
I'll
Diddy.
punch Diddy in the face, and Gary Busey's an alien.
Gary Busey. I agree with those.
Well, you don't want to have your own?
Well, you took my thunder. Well, okay. The punch the face guy is the who did House of Cards?
Karina wrote. Oh, Holly Eklund wrote Diddy. All right, here we go. John Woods, Benedict Cumberbatch.
Okay.
Cumberbatch. Benedict Cucumber is 10 out of 10 an alien.
I could see that.
Mike wrote Duffy. Karina wrote Jennifer Lopez is an asshole.
Probably, actually, you know who I want to punch in the face after this? Katy Perry.
That's mean. Okay, I'm gonna give my 2 cents on this whole Blue Origin all-female flight. I was with 100% of the people that this is a dumb PR stunt.
Do you think it was faked?
I haven't gone down that rabbit hole. I
Okay.
heard about it. I didn't even look into that. I thought it was dumb. They obviously overacted, like kissing the ground when you come out. Come on.
Yeah.
You're there for like 8 seconds. But I think Wendy Williams gave a statement about it. And I actually listened to what she said. And I tried setting aside my bias. And here is my point. Both things can be true. I'm not calling them astronauts, but they did ride up on a rocket.
Yeah.
And that's still pretty dangerous.
Yep.
It's very new. So like, I believe they did take a big risk, that it's not like they got on a commercial airliner.
Yeah.
So they got to get some credit for riding on a rocket into the edge of space or however far they went. I'm not getting into the conspiracy that they didn't actually go. I'm not going to touch that. But if they actually did ride on a rocket, they should get a little bit of credit. They should have done a better job of marketing it, though, and not making it so over the top.
Yeah. Well, did you see Jeff Bezos fell and like hit his face?
I did see that. Like, I saw the video. Yes.
No one's shedding a tear for him.
Yes.
And it's just it's the whole thing, like the shape of the rocket. I'm not gonna go into detail, but it's got
from like Austin Powers.
It's got a very distinct shape to it.
Hey, so like I said, I'm not saying it wasn't overall a bad decision.
Yeah.
But if you're gonna be fair,
yeah,
they rode on a rocket.
That's
shaped
scary. Like you know what?
But I'm just saying in general, I don't know if I would feel safe getting in a rocket right now.
I don't think I'd feel safe, and I would feel kind of embarrassed by the shape of it.
Yeah.
But we've talked too much about it.
Yes. So that's my 2 cents. But there you go. All right. We have a 3-parter from March 13th.
I think I know who it is.
Oh, great. All right. I hope it's a good one.
Hey, Mike and Joe, this is Grace. So I'm going to, and don't you feel lucky that I'm doing this, leave 2 messages. This first message is just got a couple of different unrelated things. I'm probably twice your age. I'm 66 now. And should you guys ever like go on stage, become comedians, or you get really, really famous in the podcasting world? I can honestly say I knew you from when you started off. By the way, Mike, I know that you're probably eager to get your regular voice back, but this
Mr. Koff.
Episode on Ronald Gray, it's the one I can actually tell you and Joe apart because of your raspy voice. And Joe, I think there's nothing stupid about using the word swag. In fact, I've heard several podcasters use the term. They'll say, get some sweet swag or some great merch. So I encourage you to continue using it if that's what you want to do, because everyone will know. It's like, well, you wouldn't be old enough to remember this, but when tissue first came out, like for your nose or whatever, people would say, would you hand me a tissue? Well, people don't usually say that now. They say, hand me a Kleenex. Well, Kleenex is not actually what it's called. Kleenex is the name of the tissue, but it's gotten into our lexicon so easily. So to me, it's no different than swag and merch. And I'm going to hang up and leave a message regarding Ronald Gray. Okay. Bye-bye, guys.
I like how Grace learned the time limits.
Yeah.
And is breaking her messages up appropriately. She's rapidly becoming the official grandmother of Locations Unknown. I don't know if I'm ready to make that call yet, but she's starting to earn the title.
How many more do we have other than Grace's?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Maybe we circle back on the others from her.
Do they not get into anything specific?
Well, she goes into a case.
Okay.
Just so we can get some other
before Evan comes on in 15 minutes. All right. Nope. Fair enough. But I'm starting to think we have an official Location of our own grandma that we can call for advice.
Yeah.
I think we might have to have Grace on for like a patron episode.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Just get her opinion on everything we're doing. And I'm being serious. I think we should be like, how do you think we should do this? And just listen to the wisdom. All right. March 18th, the day before my birthday.
Hello, this is a trail check-in.
So this is two people going into Chaco Canyon, hoping we don't get lost in return. This is Don and Don from D&D Travels. It's our name.
It's our name.
We'll call in tomorrow when we come and return safely. Have a great day.
All right. The D&D Travel left their check-in. Let's see if they called back on the 19th on my birthday.
Yeah, this is Donegan and Donegan from D&D Travel. This is March 19th start time at 8 a.m. estimated, Pueblo Alto Trail. We should be back in 4 hours total. That's a much better trail check-in time right there. Have a great day, guys.
Sounds like they were drinking before they left. I hope they check back in because we won't hear it till now, about a month later.
Yeah, right. Okay, so Audrey just mentioned she left a couple of questions on our Reddit page, so I've got those. So I'll go through those right now as I fix my microphone.
All right.
First question. Is there any specific case that haunts you or really sticks out in your mind? We covered a similar question earlier. I will say I'll pick something new and recent we just covered, the case of Bryce Gillies. So if you're listening and you haven't heard that episode, he went off trail in Grand Canyon National Park and then started climbing down basically dry, what they call them spillways, right?
Yeah, or waterfall. I forget something about waterfalls.
Yeah, they're
When
dry
dried up.
waterfalls when they're dried up. And he was able to climb down, but then he got to a point and he basically got stuck. And it was too far of a drop to go back down further. And it was too high of a climb to do it without any rope or, gear with him. So he ended up getting stuck on that ledge very close to the Colorado River, not that far. And in incredible heat, 110 degree temperatures, and he ended up passing away on that ledge. And he actually left some text messages on his phone when he realized he was probably going to pass away. And he was like kind of stoic, and he was, cracking jokes,
He was accepting his demise.
Yeah, but it was kind of that's kind of a chilling case where I don't know.
It was haunting.
It was a little haunting, especially that he left a message. So
yeah.
But yeah, that's just a recent case we covered that kind of sticks out.
I'm agreeing with you on the most recent one. That's the same one. I get my empathy meter goes spiking and just imagining what it would be like.
Yeah.
Knowing your demise is there.
Yeah. And then Audrey had another question. So does covering these missing person cases all the time ever make you feel more apprehensive when you head out into the woods than you used to? Or maybe it's the opposite because you feel more prepared? I would say
I don't get apprehensive.
No,
I think about it more.
I do think about it more. It may be like a little creepy hiking through here where there's been
I'm more
several
I'm more
disappearances.
careful,
Yeah.
arguably, because I'm just like you hear stories of things that could like the one you just mentioned. I in my early years probably would have climbed down certain areas to get better looks, and now I would second guess doing something like that.
Yeah, and I definitely prepare better and let people know my itinerary. But yeah, I don't think I worry about hiking, but I think about it more. It doesn't scare me to go out there, but yeah, good question.
Yeah, Bees said he's from Arizona, had to help a woman from the UK down the mountain in Phoenix in the high 90s because she didn't bring a single drop of water with her. Yeah, just small things can really amount to big errors in the wilderness. And if you're like a city slicker and you haven't been in nature,
Yeah.
it's amazing how quick things can go bad and you don't realize it.
So Audrey had one last question. So given the pod subject matter, I'm sure people approach you all the time and tell you about creepy or frightening things that have happened to them in the wilderness. What's the scariest scariest thing anyone's ever shared with you? Scariest thing anyone's ever shared with you. I've had some weird things happen out. Were you with us when the
dude came out of the bushes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In Utah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We were the only ones out there and he just appeared.
we were in like a crescent moon shape around him with our hands on our knives, like ready to.
Yeah, he was a little wild.
Yeah, and he talked to us about how Disney stole like the IP of songs from him.
Yeah, he wrote all of the original Disney songs, and Disney stole them from him.
What was his trail name?
Like Grasshopper or something like that.
He was crazy.
It was insane.
I did have someone share a story with me that happened in a park in Illinois, and I don't remember the very specific details of it.
Oh, I remember that. It was one of the original.
It was a Patreon episode.
Yeah, we
way
talked.
back.
It was a Reddit post.
But essentially, they were hiking in this park alone in the fall, and they started getting like a weird feeling like someone was going to snatch them. And they started hearing and seeing things, and they got a real sense of dread. And they could have sworn they saw someone farther down the trail that was there 1 second and gone the next, and just a really creepy story. I have no way of verifying it. It's kind of like a trail tale from National Park After Dark. But real creepy. I can't imagine feeling something like that when you're like out there alone. I mean, your mind does kind of wander when you just hear the sounds of like trees but yeah, I mean, those are kind of some of the creepy things. I don't know. What about you, Joe?
I think the creepiest one was that guy popping out of the bushes. Splinter.
Yeah.
He was weird.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, he freaked me out. I got very negative vibes from him 100%.
Yeah.
All right.
Good questions.
Yep. Let's go to part 1 on March 20th. Is this going to be Grace again? There's
How
2
long
parts.
is it?
I don't know. Let's see. 3 minutes.
Hey guys, this is Grace.
People said they'd listen to Grace. I'm gonna skip those for now. It's 6 more minutes.
Yeah, just to give some other callers.
Yeah, we should. We can go back to it because I do want to hear them. I actually do care, but we want to get the rest of these. March 22nd.
All right, y'all. So you got to play this on air because otherwise I will cry if I don't end up hearing it in the next episode. And you need to do me a favor. You need to put this on the Spotify without needing a Patreon subscription. I'm going to be real with you. I would be broke if I subscribed on Patreon to every single podcast I'm a super fan of. So let's just say that. All right, I forgot to be polite. Hi, I love your show. I found you through, what is it? I found you through, sorry, I'm high right now. My brain is going slow.
I'm sure she's from a state where it's
Through,
legal, so it's okay.
Yeah.
National Park After Dark, yeah.
All right.
And I love you guys. So I don't have any complaints. I think y'all cool.
We love you.
Constructive feedback. But I do have a request. I need you to do an episode about a mystery that is like a Scooby-Doo case, okay? I want to like feel like I'm in an adult version of Scooby-Doo, okay? And like you figure out that like the culprit of the person going missing was like someone that they knew. And no kids though. I need this to be about adults because otherwise I'm not about kids being hooked. But yeah, I need a Scooby-Doo mystery. I don't care where it is. I just need that. So I appreciate y'all. Again, please play this on the non-subscription one. Just like post this episode there. I appreciate it. I know other people want to listen to my voice because I got a great accent. So please do. You guys have like the best evening, okay? Like you just need to get high too, okay? Smoke some of the good shit, all right? That good flower, okay?
No, we have to mark
maybe a
this explicit when we
dispenser unless
post
you
it.
got someone you trust off the streets. Get that good bud, and then use a tobacco wrap because that's my favorite. All right, for real though. Have a good night. Bye.
All right, so Shaggy wants us to do a Scooby-Doo
Shaggy,
episode.
yeah. That was funny.
That was funny. We're gonna have to mark this explicit when we post it. But we're 3 hours and 20 minutes in, so the kids won't be lasting that long. So that's okay. All right. April 2nd. We're getting closer to today.
Hi, this is Grace in Montana.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm skipping. Grace, I'm so sorry. We just can't. We only have 4 left. We're gonna do an episode of just Grace voicemails. Seriously, I want to.
Yeah.
I want to just get her on and be like, so I listened to all your voicemails.
Yes.
I'm gonna summarize them. All right. April 11th.
Hey guys, it's Megan again. Last time I called, I requested a story that was based on like Scooby-Doo, and I said how I can't afford to pay for your subscription, so you guys gotta put my voicemail on the regular show. But I'm calling again because I just wanted to chat, you know, like I'm here with my blunt, listening to y'all's stories like I usually do. And I just want to talk. I want to know your motivation. Why do you do this stuff? Why these stories? Why is that dark humor? Like, sometimes I can't believe the stuff that comes out of your mouth. I'm like, that dark humor? Like, what happened to you in a childhood to make you make such a dark humor joke? That's all I gotta say. No assumptions, no judgments. I've been through some shit too. But another thing I wanted to tell y'all is you should do a Scooby-Doo case, except the person who caused the crime or the harm or whatever, they should be like a billionaire or a corrupt politician, because you know shit be wild with them corrupt politician billionaires right now. So it would be cool if we had a story about a corrupt politician or a billionaire who was doing nasty stuff to people in a national park for their own money reasons, and then they got caught and repercussions actually happened. You know, I would love to see a successful Scooby-Doo case. So I'm adding on to my previous request. There's more to it now. I got to get more specific. I hope you guys have the skills to find such a case. I have full confidence in you. And I want y'all to guess where I'm from, because I have an accent. Everyone says I have an accent. Even in the town I live in, I have an accent compared to how the other people talk. So let me know where you think I'm from. Do you think I'm from the States? Am I from a different country? Let me know. And if you guess wrong, I might tell you. But if you guess right, I'll definitely tell you. But I guarantee you guys ain't gonna guess right. All right. Until next time, I'm officially going to go by Megan, that Scooby-Doo story girl, the next time I call in. Bye.
She doubled down on the Scooby-Doo story, but wants it to be a billionaire. She wants the end to be something specific. So she just wants us to tell a story, because that's a very specific case request that doesn't exist. She sounds like Jenny from the Block.
Fill me in. What is that again?
She wants like Jennifer Lopez. Remember when she pretended she was Hood?
Yeah.
And just called herself Jenny from the Block, and was like, you can't nickname yourself from the Block. That's how you prove that you're not actually from the Block. I don't know. She sounds like she's from like a part of New York that's
New Jersey.
Different. Yeah, Joyzy.
Joyzy.
All right, Evan's in the background. Should we bring him in?
Yeah, let's bring him in.
Let's bring him in. Bring him out. Bring him out. Bring him out.
You know,
Evan Stone, what's going on, man?
It's
How you
Evan
doing?
B. Stone. Come on,
Evan
guys.
B. Stone. Yeah, sorry. Come on, you don't want to be associated with the other Evan Stone?
No, always has to be the first thing people come up with. Now everyone's Googling it. I'll be like, oh no, the other guy.
That is exactly what I did the first time I was going to meet you, when I was introduced to you by the mutual friend.
Harsh.
And yeah, and I looked up, he's like, my buddy Evan Stone. I looked it up. I go, the porn star?
Yeah.
And he's like, no. He's just got the same name.
I'm thinking the girl's oddly enough from Philly. Like, I know that sounds crazy, but because Jersey's too easy, right?
Yeah.
Right. But Philly, sometimes you're like, what country are you from? And you're like, oh, Philly. You're like, oh. If she knows how to fight.
So you could actually hear the voicemail. That's good. That means it's working. We were just listening to fan voicemails while we were waiting for you to come on.
Oh, okay. I thought it was a live person.
No. So what have you been up to?
So much. Well, for one, I'm doing a piece for I do reenactments, right? True crime reenactments, but now I'm doing them with my modern filmmaking tools, AI assist, human touch, believe me. And I'm doing a piece right now on Robert Schoch. Do you know him? He's
No.
lost. Yeah, great story. While I'm talking, Google him.
Look it
He 39 ultra runner, and he and his chocolate Labrador went out of North Cascades, July 31st, 2024. This last year, he's gone for 30 days. 30 days lost, and obviously you guys know all about that. They found him without shoes. He lost his shoes. How? I know how. It's crazy. And he's running the Copper Ridge Trail, and there was a fire, and the trail got kind of, you know, it's what happens, right? They're running, and he's an ultra marathon. It's all like tunnel vision, you know, and he just looks up. He's just like, "Where am I?" And then he couldn't. Yeah, and he just had running shorts and and his dog. He let his dog go, I think, about 15 days in. He didn't want to. It was like, eat him or let him go. Right.
Yeah. Wow. And they found him. I was just looking up the story about him.
Yeah, it's really intense. So I do the reenactments, things that can't be done in reenactment. I'm still doing.
You're filming the reenactment. Is that what you're saying?
No, I do realistic AI synthetic films.
Okay.
Yes, because I'm a DP and a seasoned filmmaker, I know exactly how to do these, and a tech guy. I've combined my filmmaking skills, and I've created a bunch of tools called modern filmmaking tools, because that's what you do now. You have these modern filmmaking tools, and I'm good at a lot of things, including creating realistic images that move. So much where I said, true crime space. I think I can make a mark there.
Yeah.
And it's cool. If you want, I could send you a link and you could show it. It's bananas.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And I'm obsessed.
That's why we got you here.
Yeah, I'm obsessed with being perfectionist at my craft. So I've been 1.5 years since the last time we talked. I haven't left this apartment.
You've just been in there making videos.
No, just getting deep in the, this whole AI space, which
I can tell by the crazy look in your eye that you haven't left the house.
Yes, I know. I've rage regressed. But it's I'm a sci-fi guy. I grew up with Heinlein and Bradbury, all the greats, and it's always I'm waiting for this day, and I was like, "Oh, is it here?" Last year, I was like, "Oh, it's here. Here it is. Let's get into it." Really cool stuff.
Shoot me an email with that, and I'll see if I can't pull it up. And then, on top of that, you want to give everyone, because I think there's a lot of people on here that know who you are. There are a lot of people that are watching have been fans of the show for a while, but for the new people, you want to give a little background, because we've been talking you up all day, a little bit about your history and all the good stuff, and not that you're a porn star. You're a different Evan B. Stone.
Well, first of all, my mom, Jewish from New York, she calls me up one day. She goes, "Evan, tell me the truth." And I say, "Yeah." She goes, "Do you do adult films?" And I go, "What?" And then I was like, "No." Then I was like, "Oh, I get it." Then I was like, "Wait, what were you doing?" So a friend told me. I was like, "Mom, you know what I'm working with. It ain't no."
She said a friend told her.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, right.
I was like, ooh. But if you haven't seen me since high school, it may look like me, like long blonde hair, just chiseled jaw. Anyhow, I want to start this associating myself, so please call me Evan B. Stone.
Yes, Evan B. Stone.
So that's the reason why you go by Evan B. Stone, not to be.
Oh, here you go, Evan. Someone commented $10. He's a looker.
Which one?
Starting. You got to do an OnlyFans now.
Now,
Arena's going to sign up.
I'm going to send you a picture of me when I was young, and you'll laugh for one. Then you'll be like, "Damn." Okay, so let me get that cooking. But I'll tell you a little about myself. I'm, my whole life, I've been an adventure filmmaker. Most notably on Expedition Unknown. I'm Josh Gates's buddy. I'm his number one guy, cameraman, who when we go solo up to Amazon or Papua New Guinea, just me and him. It's just me and him. We get a lot of show. He's my best friend, kind of when we're on the road and off. And I've been not so safely to every single weird, dirty, haunted mystery in the world. You name it. I'm also a diver. We do a lot of dives, and they're not fun. We're looking for some Nazi treasure in a river. I was like, wait, where's the fun dive? Yeah, and also rappelling down into holes. And then you land in like a pile of bones. You're like, ooh. And you're like, wait, where's my mask? It's like, yeah, so much of that. I've seen a lot. Like The World, check did it. The cool stuff. And now I'm home, and my new career is I'm also an editor, nominated Editor of the Year with MTV in '93. But 93. But my roots are in storytelling. I'm very passionate about filmmaking, and now with these modern tools out, I'm embracing them. I'm taking on large documentaries. Like I just got one right here, 700 pages of transcripts, and I've created these protocols, these kind of prompts, but they're more than that. They're detailed, one after another. A code. It's called few shot prompting. Check it out. And to get what I want out of there, I'm just right away get beat sheet and magical sound bites and themes, scripts, any script I want, and it's all based on my past and what I know I need and how do I get there. It takes a while, and now I'm an expert at workflow, post-production workflow using modern filmmaking tools. I don't use AI. That word, it's dirty.
It makes people very upset, specifically people who are in graphic design.
Well, those people, rightfully so, they need to be in charge of the tools, just like I'm in charge of mine. Because look, everyone has a car, but they're not race car drivers, right? Everyone, right, has a pen, but they're not spitting poetry. So you have to know what you want, and a lot. I mean, as far as filmmaking goes, you got to know everything, and then say, "Oh, what tool's good for this?"
Yeah, I've watched some of your videos of because you don't just do. I would say there's probably basic levels where you can make AI videos and make AI transcripts and make the stuff. You combine, like I think you said it perfectly. You have like your own protocol where you're using multiple different softwares, linking them together, and creating entire productions essentially out of these prompts and tools using those scripts. It's been really cool to see.
Yeah, thanks. You guys have been there from the beginning. Like, for instance, how many shows you're in? 300?
Yeah, like half of that.
Yeah.
Okay, well, good. That's a lot. I could take why don't you give me all your transcripts, if you have them, or give them to me, and put them all on one Google Doc, just one after another. Boom, boom, boom. On each one, put the heading, put what show it is. That's all I need, and give it to me. And by the end of this show, I'll give you a 5-minute banger sizzle reel. It's just like throw your pencil at when do I sign it up?
So what you're saying is you will do this for us if we give that to you?
Yes, of course.
All right,
yeah.
we're gonna
I'll
get
press
on
the
that
button.
right. We're gonna get onto that after this thing's done 100%. We're gonna get what award did you get from MTV? A producer award or?
Well, I was nominated Editor of the Year in '93. But
well, we're just gonna say Editor of the Year from MTV '93 award-winning producer made R.
Can you?
You're splitting hairs, Evan.
Can you go into? So we were talking earlier when you came up that you met so many amazing bands in the '90s.
Oh yeah.
Can you go through kind of just for people that might have not heard you before, like your experience in MTV in the '90s?
Sure. Yeah. I was into hard rock. I did all the Biohazard videos. I did the Onyx Slam video. I did. We did. Also, I worked for EMI Records Group as an in-house director. We did John Cicada. We did Wilson Phillips. We did a lot of bands, Metal Church, like heavy metal bands. Also Temple of the Dog before there were Soundgarden, Eddie Vedder, a lot of that early stuff. But I got out around 96. I started doing news with a company who valued the look I had. They said, well, we're doing news for teenagers, high schools. It's called Channel 1 News. And some of you folks may be Channel 1 News students. We would do news. That's where Lisa Ling and Serena Chul and Anderson Cooper got their start with me. We all started early in that. And so my roots are in storytelling, script. You can't go in an edit room without a script. And we're, facts.
Yeah.
Which brings me to kind of what I'm doing today. My social media footprint is over 2 million right now. I'm part of a team called Unanswered Universe, and that's on Instagram. It's 1.2, and our backup site, which is Paranoid Normal, and that's at 600. And I do all original content as well, right? So it's a hungry machine. It wants original content. So that's why I got into this stuff. Also, my TikTok, I do live ghost hunting, and that's at 220,000. And we love with John Brigman and Jack Vasey. We're team, and we do some really fun stuff. And of course, we get some really good stuff because I'm a cameraman. And I'm like,
yeah, you guys, you need to come to Wisconsin to our hospital. I have an old hospital building. See, we talked about this, and I saw we pulled it up earlier in the stream and saw that you added because when we worked with you, it was just you and Jack, and we did that one live stream from the fort.
That's right.
And that was awesome. But you guys got to make a road trip out to Wisconsin. We can hang out in person, and then we'll go on a ghost hunt in the hospital.
Oh, that place is haunted hospitals. They always say.
Oh, it's got so many stories.
Got a psych wing in it.
Yeah, it's got an old psych unit in it. They used to. They have an incinerator from when they used to burn medical waste on site. That's how old this building is. Yeah, it's
what's the basement? Where do they burn where's the incinerator? Where they
it's through the tunnels in the basement, and it's old boiler systems, the whole deal. It's a movie set. The whole hospital looks like a movie set. So
the glass in the psych ward has people were clawing messages with their fingernails into it.
Yes. Yeah, we purposely, when we renovated, I'm like leave all of this stuff. There's like an alien head carved in with the word help where the mouth is.
Yeah, some really weird stuff.
Yeah, there's some.
You guys own the building or something?
Yeah, yeah. The business we run, we own the building, so we have full access to it. Yeah, you just got to bring all your stuff out. We'll set it up.
Oh yeah. Oh,
I've got the key. I've got the keys of the kingdom, man.
What are you doing? You need to put a 24/7 camera in there that's motion act, go and just have it on always.
This is your fault because I've told you this like 7 times. You just got to make the trip.
Okay.
Yeah. Deal.
Bet.
Yes.
Bet. Yes. So that's cool. You guys are really cool. You're doing it, and your library is getting bigger. Your stories are getting more in depth. It's really cool to see. So I'll grow. Really. Right? What are you just gonna stop? That's it. Last episode.
This is too much fun. Why would we ever stop?
Yeah, I mean, Evan, your presence online's grown huge since we spoke last, because you were kind of just getting going with the ghost hunting stuff a year and a half ago, and now it's blown up.
Yes.
Well, I joined a team, right? Unanswered Universe, and they were one. Since I've been there, maybe another 300,000-400,000. Everything that we put up gets run through these protocols of mine that if it's a script, it gets run through with keywords that don't get shadow banned, right? So it's a do's and don'ts. And this is something I can give you guys and your followers as a gift, is my do's and don'ts of Instagram. And you just put that, it's a protocol, you just give it to your AI and say, just every time I give you something, refer to this. It'll take your scripts and make them optimized for engagement. So that means, what do you think? And it never says check out our link below. That's shadow banning stuff. Never go to my YouTube. No.
Yeah.
Or like check it out. No. It's the real finicky. And if we put something up, it doesn't get more than 50, 60,000. We ask why, and then we get into it. And I do.
So is it always changing? Like, do those terms and those rules are always, so you just got to be on top of what's the next iteration of update where they're just like, all right, we're not going to promote anything that has these phrases or words in it.
Right. I mean, obviously you can't say anything like death or murder or, stuff that's shadow banny. I mean, this is common sense, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't like, it likes to be clean. It doesn't like you to go off platform.
Yeah. I mean, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. Once you stick around. And that's why these carousels have been doing good for us. The carousels are stories, 5. But the cool thing about it is on the 5th or 6th one, before the last one, you can actually put an ad in there. One of the few times you could actually sell something and be okay with it, because people are into the last one. They want to know the story. It's a new way of telling stories. I think it's cool. I think all my filmmaker friends were. Let me tell you something. My business is done. Hollywood. See ya. It's over. Yeah. Why?
So that's what I really appreciate and like about you is you don't look at things negatively. You adapt.
Yeah.
You're very adapt. And this is from the moment I met you. You're like, hey, this is the way things are going. I'm going to adapt to it rather than fight it, because it's gonna change. It's just a matter of people like you are going to be the ones that pave the way. And you're making it work, man. That's awesome.
I mean, well, what else? Wait, I don't know how to do anything else.
Yeah, wait and die or jump on board the train.
And meanwhile, I got these tools. It's like, wait, if I put my transcripts into chat or Claude or something, will it find the magical sound bites? Yes. Will it put it in order that I'd like under my tutelage? Yes. Will it create prompts for images for animation? Yes. And then it's on and on like that. Of course, you have to do, it's like salt and pepper. You got to make sure you don't overdo it. It's a tool. I think it's here. Whether what are you gonna? I hate AI. Okay, well, have you tried it? You can actually now be as smart as anyone. Now you want to get rich? Here's the blueprint. Are you a hard enough worker? Now you got to work. See, that's where everyone cashes out.
Yeah.
They want to do the work. They know the road.
How is this affecting, more traditional shows like Expedition Unknown? I'm assuming they're using shows like that are using AI tools at some level for the shows.
Just now, recently, I'm starting to get hired to do shows like that. I'm on an A&E show, big show, and they put me through the ringer as far as legal. Where does the AI get trained? I was asked. I was like, I don't know. Episodes of Alf, like when they first turned it on, it was like, go for it, anyone, everyone. But there's a legal. I only create images based on prompts only.
Yeah.
No, I don't take an image and I say move it. So all my stuff is prompt based. So I have to come up with that. That's like an arm. Like, well, okay, because it's easy to put an image in and say move that image, but I got to describe it in detail, and the more emotional it is, the weirder it is. Like the better. It's like you have to talk about the feeling and get a better image. I was like, okay, I get it. It's like talking to a person.
Yeah. Speaking of, I think last time we spoke, you were getting ready. You either just came back or you were getting ready to leave for another season of Expedition Unknown.
Yes.
Has that aired yet?
It did. We've done some really. Every time I go out, I'm like checkerboarding now. When the other guys, I'm like, I'm available. Coming off the couch, coming in all big, like, hey guys.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, they're like, the job entails who knows what. Like you show up and you're hiking, like, for you guys, you'd be stoked. Like, let's, and I usually am, but I just suck it up. Big camera, and like, yeah, sure. Josh is like, get up there, do it, doctors. And I'm like, I'm like about to faint. But the last time show we did, we went to Micronesia, and we did these big dives. We're working with Operation, what they're called, Project Recover. And Project Recover goes and finds World War II and war veterans that are missing. You'd love this one. You guys
Yeah.
need to hang out with them. And and they go on expeditions, and it's funded. It's a nonprofit, I think, and they get funding, and they bring home the remains of the whoever they find, if they do, and they do it all nice. And it could be just a bone, or at least where the person was. It's good. In our case, we found it was a 120-foot dive, which is deep, in Truck Lagoon. Truck Lagoon, if you know your history, is a big battle. It's like the Japanese's Pearl Harbor. We decimated them. I don't know how. We came in hot and we didn't leave for months. Every day we'd come in. And the floor, the bottom of the floor, it's one of the best. If you're into diving, it's the best diving in the world. It's hard to get to. It's like the end of the world. It's little atolls in Micronesia. And it's this lagoon. And it's good dive between 30 and 120 feet. A lot of them is
so
40,
it's not too gnarly. It's just decent depth.
It's not too gnarly. But like any dive, get caught out there, and there's a lot of sharks. But we found a serviceman we're looking for. We're doing subsonar scanner back and forth, and we do, we have all this high-tech stuff. And usually we connect in with people that are like, we kind of have it honed in. Come now.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? It's like,
so they're
right.
doing the work to find the initial discovery, and then you're diving in to confirm.
Yes, right.
Okay.
So, and also it helps the cause. We want to be there for the actual discovery, not taking anything away from him. And Josh is the first one to be like, you guys are the experts. We're an honor. It's an honor. But on the island, they took during World War II, the Japanese took over this island and terraformed it. 100 took all of the tree. The whole place is a concrete, and now it's all grown over. But we went all, and they were dug deep too, in dig hole, big anti-aircraft. Just ghosts of war. And I'm into paranormal activity, and when I go dive those places, when I went diving, it was all 120 feet. Nothing. All of a sudden, plane. And then it's a more plane. And it's like, oh, wow. And then, you look in the cockpit. It's like, is this dude still here? No, but it felt really, it's the first time anyone's laid eyes on that plane in 80 something years. It was really touching and spooky. It was really moving as far as like, wow, this guy, young guy, these pilots are just, he did a bunch of missions. He's kind of like a cowboy, probably thought he'd never get shot down. Towards the end, when he was just leaving, he got shot down. And his boy was next to him, couldn't do anything, just watched him and we interviewed that guy. He's still alive. And it was, him talking about that was really, really moving. And he's like 90 something, but he remembered those moments to the T. Everything about it.
Yeah.
Probably doesn't know what happened for breakfast, but he knows that,
Yeah, just burned in. I'm sure they probably get pretty emotional if you think about it. I mean, it's the first time that's being talked about and seen since the actual incident happened.
Yeah. And now, so then they go back to the family. It's not for the family. We don't actually go back to the family unless the family reaches out to us first. We bring it to the military, let them do it. We're like, I'm part of it. I am when I'm on it. I was like, let's do this. It's cool. Those are the experiences that really mean a lot to me, and also the Dyatlov Pass, when I went up there.
Yes.
That was it's Russia's biggest mystery, like their JFK kind of mystery. How did these how did these hikers die? Nine hikers, I think, right? They it's mid-February, -30 in the most remote part of Siberia, went missing, right? And they found them clawed out of their tents from the inside out. No
That's
clothing,
a wild case.
tongue missing, eyes missing, scattered around, not back in their tent. Why?
And then for those of you listening right now, that's episode 94. We had Evan on because we covered that case. And then you told us you went out there with Josh Gates to do a whole episode of it. So then we had Evan come back on, and he had, I would actually recommend going on YouTube and watching it, because Evan provided us with videos and images and stuff that he personally filmed and took. And you guys stayed out there like
The
overnight.
same time of day. Yeah.
Yep. You like went out to the exact location in a tent, lived out in the elements, like exactly where these people were. So that's what an awesome experience.
It was. I remember watching the tent. I was up there and watching the tent sideways, and I was like, "Huh."
And you had modern tech.
Yes.
You know, they were just in their burlap tents, like old school, and it was
They're
treacherous
professional
stuff. Yeah,
they're professional
Wild.
hikers. They had, and even though it was the 50s, 60s, the wool, tight knit wool. They were our version of Eagle Scouts, so they knew what to do. They went up there for a certain badge. Russians, they're so gnarly, you know.
Yeah, we go on hikes. They go out to the Dyatlov Pass overnight.
Yeah, and you want to be, just a general rule, if you're out in the wilderness, you want to be with a Russian person. You try, like, what do I do now? All of a sudden you turn into a little, like, help, you know. Yeah.
They'll carry you out and drink vodka on the way.
They'll call you names, you don't care. You're like, whatever. Just
as long as you save me, I don't care what you call me.
Another really cool episode we did with you was you talked to us about your trip to Chernobyl.
Yes.
Which was wild. You did ghost hunting there.
We were in 09, almost 10 years only afterwards, we were the first ghost hunters ever to go to Chernobyl and do a proper ghost hunt. Maybe the last, probably people have since, of course. But the pictures I have, I'm actually putting out a table book now that's all about it. I rustled up all my photos, and I'm good like that.
Yeah.
When I'm on a show, I'm all click. You don't want Josh to find out. You get mad at you because he's always like, "Why? What do you?" You know, I was like, "I'm not gonna air it. Don't worry." You know, but my assets, my behind the scenes stuff, everything I do is because I'm interested, is really robust. So now that stuff matters. Before I was like, for me, now it's like, wait a minute, I got this really cool library, and every one of them has a story.
Yeah.
So when I start putting them out, we could do a little collab, you know.
Oh, for sure.
Cut you guys in.
Yeah, I would love to have you back and go through some of the pictures and stories, because I know you've mentioned other. So, you know, Dyatlov was a big one in Chernobyl, but were there any other episodes on that show that you've filmed with Josh that really stand out as like crazy, or,
I mean,
like pick one, I guess.
We used to do top 10 of most dangerous shows, like me and him, like co-hosting, like on TV. I'd be like, this is Evan Stone, and it's me and him. And I was like, this is funny because actors don't even have this much, you know. That's when I found out actors are just, oh, your job's so hard. Because they hired me sometimes just to be me. And then I'm like, wait, this is all I have to do? Is just be me? But I can't remember lines. So,
Yeah.
So I have a list somewhere if I can find it, but it's some bangers. Lost City of Gold in Colombia, found an actual lost city.
We didn't do an episode with you on that. We talked about it. We might have. Did we do that one?
We did the Lost City of Z.
Oh, we did Lost City of Z, but
that's in the jungles. Yeah, this is up in the highlands, and this is you know, these conquistadors, they were just hell bent on gold. They'd be where's your on the name of Jesus? Give me gold, you know, like Right? So they there's this really steep part of Colombia. They lived up, and there was a whole city up there. City in these steeps, and they would make these circular kind of stone. It was just really architecturally modern. And I'm sure they had the whole jungle clear cut. It was probably just and it was so steep that these conquistadors would come up, in all their metal, and they would just be throwing rocks down at them, running around them, and they actually gave up. They didn't go, and they couldn't do it, which is like they did everyone else, but they just couldn't muster
Yeah,
up.
if you're scaring away them after everything they've conquered, that's it must be pretty terrifying.
Yeah, I think it's not scared. I don't think they were suited for that. They're suited for like different kind of battle.
Okay.
It's like, yeah, these
Just
guys are like
so you think they're just
hidden in plain
ill-prepared for
sight,
what-
like right
Okay.
next to leaves, and then you see the eyes,
Yeah, it's a little scary.
Yeah.
That would terrify me.
Another one was in El Mirador in Guatemala. This is the movie El Apocalypto?
Yes.
Okay, so El Apocalypto was this area, and in the beginning, if you ever watch the movie, this guy in the slow motion, it's a whole setup in the beginning. If you rewatch it, you'll see a lot, right? A good directing. One of the shots is this guy like doing slow motion with his hands. He's wiping away this white dust, and it's this lye, this mineral that they painted everything with. They were obsessed with this clean look. I get it. It's cool. And we did some LiDAR runs with some airplanes, and it turns out it's a city as big as LA. Big
Are you serious?
highways and stuff. It is going where? Right. Some they know
Dated
where
how far back? Like what do they
we're
estimate?
talking 2,000, 2,400 years
See,
ago.
that's insane to have like how hard it is to maintain a city the size of LA now with modern
Right.
technology.
Right.
And you're saying 2,000 years ago they had a city that big.
Right. Well,
That
they had
is
it
wild.
They had it together for a while, and then it went kaplooey. And I asked the main archaeologist there is actually been there since college. It was his thesis. Now he runs the place. He's a great guy. You can actually hike there. It takes 3 days. Be a good hike for one of you all. And it's called El Mirador. We helicoptered, and it's a caldera. It's a huge. It's like Kong. It's like the island of Kong. It's like this huge caldera, which is an ancient volcano inside, and so it's rimmed right, but real far away. And inside is a lot of jaguars. It's the most jaguars ever. So, and it's this little it's a little archaeological camp. And so at night when you go like from your tent to the mess hall, you walk one way and you kind of feel like you walk back and there's these huge cat prints. They're like Bigfoot. You'll never see them. They'll just get you from behind, right? You step, they step. You step, they step. It's like apex predator. Like Bigfoot.
That's
Yeah.
crazy. So
Yeah.
and they're saying the pyramid there is the largest one in the world. It's bigger
That's
than
right.
the Egyptian pyramid. That's,
Right. So
that's wild.
right, exactly. And so what I asked the guy, I said, let me just close this door here.
No, you're good.
I asked the archaeologist, I said, what happened to them? And he looks at me and goes, conspicuous consumption.
Yeah.
I was like, oh. I was like, that's us.
Yeah.
Like, where one dude's like, my white pyramid is better than yours. And other dude's like, oh yeah, I'm going to build a pyramid on top of my pyramid. We'd find a pyramid with like a space and another pyramid. Why? It's a big, contest back then. And then what happened is to make this white lye, and this is the problem, it takes it takes a certain amount of heat. And that heat comes from live green wood. So you have to cut down live green wood forests to create this furnace to get this lye out of this rock or the earth. And so what happens is they cut all the trees down, and then all the lye started seeping into the earth, turned into clay. Now they're corn. Now you notice in Apocalypto in the beginning, they're having a corn famine. Like it was plague. They were doing something with white. Watch again; it'll be really cool, interesting, because the archaeologist was the historian for the film.
Mhm.
Was right next to Homeboy. What's his name? the director
Mel Gibson.
Mel Gibson.
Mel Gibson, and I was like, because I saw the behind the scenes stuff. Mel Gibson was obsessed. He painted, he was like right next to the director, the camera always, like he's just like all in.
Well,
I was
and
like,
all the
oh,
actors were actual like indigenous people, right? They weren't normal actors; is all people from the area.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly.
that's right. Yeah. This really, really good. No words spoken really in the film. Right? How cool. You can do it. You can say all you want about that dude. He's a good director.
I just watched Apocalypto not too long ago for the first time in a long time, and yeah, what a great movie!
Wow. I mean, there's an A, B, and a C story, right? A story is his wife and his kid is in a well, and they're gonna die, ticking clock, right? And then you kind of want to feel bad for the king and his son who got murdered. It was like, no, that kid's a bad guy.
And then the end of the movie, they see the Spanish coming in, and you're just kind of thinking like it's all over.
Yeah.
Jeez.
You're getting in trouble for laughing at that now.
Well, no,
Like,
I mean,
canceled.
It's history. I mean, it really
Yeah,
happened.
but the mystery on that one is always a mystery. That's why we go there. Is that there's these jaguar kings, and usually in the Mayan culture, kings are placed in front of the certain place on the courtyard. Not with this culture. So unknown where the kings are buried. So big mystery there. So what's happened is, and this is kind of the fucked up part. It's like, oh, it's romantic and all this. The fucked up part is I think it's a UNESCO site at this point. But
it is.
what's happening is looters are coming in, and they know where the stuff is. They just have a sense, dig here, and they find stuff. And then you see it on these guys. The archaeologists are seeing it on the market, and they're like, oh, and they buy it because they say, where'd you get it? Bring me there, right?
Yeah.
It's like a weird kind of thing. But what's happening is the jungles around it are starting to get clear cut because these cartels are buying up the land and for farming and not put a cow on it and just clear cut it. Has something to do with moving drugs around because they can. Yeah, so we don't want too many tourists. We don't want roads going in there. So we like it nice what it is, but it's going to end soon.
Yeah,
and it's sad.
It's too bad.
Yeah, but awareness, go there.
So it's probably not the safest place to hike these days.
There's operations that go there. And you can get on that operation, and it'll be an adventure of a lifetime. It'll be fine.
Yeah, I would love to do that. Actually,
you can do it. And you can probably
let me know next time you're going. I'll carry your bags for you.
I tell you what, people say that, but they don't really they don't know what they
don't know how many bags you bring.
I saved Josh
camera equipment.
I saved Josh Cates' life that trip, and he'll when he does his speaking engagements, he talks about it. There's these snakes there called fertile ants. Do you know about them? They're one bite, you're done. They're like, besides the black mamba or something, it's like one strike. It's called fertile ants, and they are aggressive. They come out.
Do they have an anti-venom that you can carry, or are you just screwed?
You have to get the med vac, and hopefully you're like your flesh. You know how that stuff goes. It just gets deteriorating. Yeah. And we're doing an interview, and I was on a bunch of rocks, which you think they're little mountains, but they're pyramids. And I was shooting down at Josh, two shotty, him and someone. And out of the corner of my eye, from under a tarp, comes this fertile ants up and starts going at Josh. Like, I said, snake. He looked, whoa. The last second. I mean, this thing, I don't know why we pissed it off, but it came out ready to bite, and we killed it. And but there's every tarp, everywhere you look, there's a fertile ants. Imagine. We wear snake gaiters, though.
Yeah. Still, though.
That's wild. Yep.
Yeah.
Maybe I don't want to go carry your bags there.
Yeah, stay on the path. And don't be the third person, they say.
Oh, you want to be in the middle?
Yeah, no, the third person is the one that gets struck.
Guy in the front startles it, and then the guy in the back gets bit.
The back is like, wait, what is this? The third one's like, right, I'm ready.
So who's the third guy? The new guy?
Yeah,
Or
right.
whoever's the youngest?
Yeah, the last person's probably the safest, right?
Yeah.
Well,
But
that
then,
sounds like a wild trip.
yeah, so many. Reminds me of the time. It feels like I'm one of these like good explorers. Like, oh, the time we went to Cambodia. Oof, don't go to that place.
What's your deal with
I don't think
Cambodia?
you've told us the story.
Cambodia is landmines. Landmines.
Oh
everywhere.
yeah. Just everywhere?
I mean, where we were, you don't go off the path, and we're following these landmine folks getting the landmines out, and one of them was a child soldier during the Khmer Rouge, and he has he's haunted. You know, he's like, he wakes up. You have to find all. He wants to find them all, but he put down millions. He was one of these kids, like these little kids in the war who have a backpack to start, to escape
They would
death.
just send kids out with a bunch of landmines and have them planted.
Yeah, and he was really good at it, and he must have escaped every bullet. He must have just been like, I can't die. One of those people, like, and now he's digging them up by hand. It's the only way to do it. You take a knife, and it's like, what?
Wow.
Yeah. And we found him, and we exploded him, and I was like, oh, don't get off the path.
Yeah.
Don't get off the path.
Wild.
Yeah.
So there's no bet, like they can't just like put det cord down and explode them all in place
Right.
and dig them all up and do it one at a time.
Millions. And they say they see kids sometimes playing with them, like hitting the ball, like whoa, bang, and a lot of kids
wild.
with no, they're still active.
Yeah.
So it's
don't hike there.
So what we're doing there is we're looking for this sacred thing called the linga. The linga is like a female phallic symbol. It's that's right. That's a good thing to worship life, right? Right? You don't get that, you get no babies, right?
Yeah.
So they're smart. They had I think they had the male version too, but the phallic. And so eventually Josh and I went rogue that night, and we went up to these Khmer soldiers, which we turned out they were right age, and they when the war was over, they all grouped up into this mountain, and they said, "You guys take the mountain," and they just gave them their plows back. Here you go. It doesn't matter how bad you were. The war's over. So they all live in this mountain, this sacred mountain, and so we're taking just Josh and I on a special trip that night. And it thundered. This is an episode. This is like our third episode ever. And me and him just me and him. Enough batteries, packs. Let's go. Bye, everyone. We got to get some show. And we had. They took us to some underneath like caves and really special stuff. It started raining really, really torrentially, and we're on back of these little motorbikes. Took things, but they somehow
like the three-wheeled little
no,
carts?
they were dirt bikes, but they're like
Okay.
mopeds kind of, and but they took us both and took us everywhere. It was crazy. Like the gas never ran out. I was like, wait, what? And we started lightning so much, my camera was humming. I was like, whoa, it was like vibrating. It was like really bad. So we ended up in in one of their homes. They said, "You come with us now." I was like, okay. And then we got so drunk with them. We drank. Yeah, it was like, okay. It was a real night to remember, and all these special things. And then I was like, oh, these Khmer soldiers, Josh. Yeah, they are. And then we got so hammered with them. They had this beer that we drank. I was just like, I was drinking a 20. I got so drunk, I stepped on this bag of water bottles, like plastic, and it was like a roll. They were like roll. You can imagine how rolly that is.
Yeah.
I just slammed. And then they all started laughing. I said, "Don't kill me," and then I was okay. I was the clown. I was like, "Yeah, I'm the clown."
Wow.
So, yeah,
that is wild. Yeah, we've never heard that story before. The
Oh
Cambodia.
gosh! And then its story keeps going. That the next morning, I woke up and I had to go to the bathroom, and there was nowhere to go, no bathroom, and me
you
and
don't
Josh
want to go in the woods because you might get blown up.
No, there was a pond there. I was like, I'm not going to that pond. It's like Star Wars, you know. I was like, one time we ran over a king cobra. I look back, this thing's chasing us. I was like, go. It was like it's nuts there. It's really crazy. And I had to go to the bathroom, and I said, Josh heard me go, oh. He goes, and he's sleeping. He's like, what? And I go, I farted, I think. And it wasn't. It was like a full blooper in my pants. And in the middle of nowhere, it was bad. It was like, so I had to like go into a village, like, hi, you know, like foreigner with his hand like crouched with like, I was like, can I use your whole
Just a confused white guy running around.
hut? Can I use your hut? You know, and I'm like, and then I was like, you know. But it was, I'm glad it happened. It was really funny. And Josh, he loved it. It was, you know, that happens to a friend. You're just like loving it.
Yeah.
You're like, so
That's brutal.
So
That's
many
brutal that
stories.
happens anywhere.
Yeah, but you know, you're like, oops, a little bit.
Yeah.
And you know, you go to these bathrooms, it's just a thing, a hole and a flask of water. You're using your left hand, you know, you get crafty.
Oh yeah.
And then it was funny though. The people are nice there.
Yeah.
The Khmer Rouge guys are real nice. Like a lot of bad guys. They're nice, real nice. They're funny, you know.
Yeah. Just don't cause problems and mind your own business, and they'll get out of everyone's way.
Oh yeah. But we went to those caves at Khmer where they would put the bodies and stack the skulls and oh god, atrocities. And you know, the more I go around the world, the more just humans suck. You know, just that's my big note. Like we suck.
We're pretty mean to each other.
Even back in the day, would clear cut, everything is to ours.
Yeah,
we're just gonna terraform it from the ages. Like this is not new stuff. We're just more of us, and it's no conservation. There's no sustainability. Like
we're getting there finally.
Yeah. You think?
In not everywhere, but it's
Conscious of it.
I would say more so now than ever before.
Yeah,
so
I agree.
I'm an optimist, so I'm looking at it that way. As it used to be, like during the Industrial Revolution, nobody cared, and to be fair, I don't think they thought about it or that it mattered, because up until recently, our civilization wasn't as vast, and we've very much quickly grown. And I'd say give humans credit for even realizing it.
Yeah,
because it's so much easier to not. It's so much easier to just destroy and pollute.
And it's in the Bible. You can do what you want with the land. It says it.
Yeah.
So
Well,
but we reap what we sow.
It's funny too. You know, I hear people sometimes romanticize about, man, I wish I could have lived back then. Or,
no, thank you.
And you know, hearing stories from you about, and you know, liking history, life was brutal. Like,
and you didn't go anywhere.
Yeah, I mean,
very few people traveled.
Life was brutal. Like we live in the best time in human history now.
Yes.
Like
when's the best time to exist? Now. When's the next best time? Tomorrow.
I just had a tooth pulled and it was bad. And I was like, owie, it's time.
Yeah.
But that would kill someone. They'd stay rotted and rot and fest and
just get sepsis and die.
Or like, you know, 1,000 years ago, if you got a broken leg that, you know, a compound fracture, you just cut it off.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no
or you died.
Or you died.
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
Or accused you of witchcraft or something.
That's if you made it past like the age of 30.
for real.
Yeah,
like 15 used to be like middle age.
If you were a male, I think the average lifespan was like mid 30s.
Yeah, and that's
like,
if you weren't in the wars.
I mean, yeah.
Is someone said is this someone in the comments said is something about the audio? Are we having good audio? Yes, we're having some issues with
you're looking at old comments, I think.
Oh yeah, we had some audio issues
had audio issues
a few hours ago. We've been alive for a while.
You think you guys would have it together? Hey, I could
know,
fix that audio as long as it's something there. I could fix it.
So here's what happened. We are trying to do a call within a call within a call.
Oh yeah.
And the two other parties couldn't hear each other. So I created a pass through on my phone via Bluetooth. And it was a whole mess. We got it working, but it was a pain in the butt to do live.
This is why we don't do live streams.
Yeah.
So it's unpredictable.
It's cool. Well, I'm gonna get back to work. Actually,
Yeah.
I
Yes.
hope you guys don't mind. Is there any last nuggets that you want to know about my what I'm doing now? Or
I would say if
adventures?
you want to close us out with what you're doing and where
Yeah,
people
like,
can go see your stuff, and
Any
then
any ghost hunts coming up?
yeah, let us know what's
Yeah.
going on, and then we'll keep talking, because as your coffee table book comes out, as your stuff comes out, we'd love to have you back on. We can do.
Oh my God.
We've always talked about doing an El Mirador episode. I think maybe we might just have to
Ooh.
we never
know,
did that one. We
I could
did
I could
Dyatlov
probably
Paths.
get maybe the man himself on the call.
Oh, that would be
Boom.
cool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we let's in the background. Let's set that up, and we'll do you and Josh Gates. You guys can regale all your stories of El Mirador.
You know, you wish. Josh Gates, he commands theaters now.
Yeah.
God bless him. This guy. How cool that he's imagine and if you've seen his show, it's really good. It's like a self-help thing. You come out feeling like I want to he's
Feel
so
like $1 million.
he's so awesome. He's such a good storyteller. He's so funny. I can't say
He's
enough,
got a great voice for it. His
Yeah,
voice is so unique.
Yeah.
Uh,
And I'm putting together some of my my AI reel, which is some real good stuff. I'm giving you some of the better ones. Well, they're all good, but my my reenactment reel, which is getting me work. And believe me, it's hard lately to be a filmmaker, content creator, as we call it. But yet again, it's a great time to be a filmmaker. The tools are there, storytelling. If I just showed up and didn't know anything else, I'd be like, oh, you can shoot on your phone for one. And It looks amazing. You don't need a big red camera. That's over. Who needs that? Anyway, you don't get good performance. Everyone with their phone, they're like, oh, they're like, their guards down.
Sure. Absolutely. Yep.
All right, so one more I'm putting together. Should I send it to your phone, like a text, or
just reply to my email. I sent you the link to get on there.
hold on, stay with me. What here we go.
Just reply to the one I sent you the link to.
I
get on
did
here.
right now. Just
Awesome.
boom.
Right on.
Dunzione. All right, guys. You guys are awesome. Check out unanswered universe at Instagram, and also, and that's our UAP unexplained conspiracy-ish, not the crazy kind. We have 1.2 follows. It's really fun. And our paranormal site is para_normal_. So paranoid normal, 3 separate words with underscore, on Instagram. And on TikTok, we have SVC Explorers of the Unknown, and that's a blast. And then if you want to reach out to me, it's Stone Films Earth at Instagram. If you want to know about my workflow, about how I create content based on anything really, and I do that without the AI. I've been doing this forever. So now it's like, oh, I got a little help in my voice.
Yeah.
And I want to help you guys out too. So
we might have to get together with you and one of our fans, John Woods, who does some AI filmmaking, and make the Bearnado movies. It's like Sharknado, but it's bear tornadoes. We really might need to do that, and that could make some money.
It's so stupid. It's funny.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, we looked at how much money the Sharknado movies have made. Billions.
Yeah. So we need
Billions
to make
of dollars.
it's like Sharknado, but it's bears.
But imagine like did they know it was good? No, they just made a silly movie that
Yeah.
made
but
was
it
kitschy.
made millions.
They knew it was kitschy.
Oh yeah,
They knew,
the whole
they knew,
series together made billions of dollars.
Yes. It's wild.
billions.
Billions.
Yes.
Yeah, we
if
looked
you
it up
do
in an
all the
episode.
Sharknado movies together, it made like $1 billion.
Yeah.
So
Just
with
wild.
with what you know, and one of our fans put together scripts of it.
Oh, yeah.
We might have to go into business and produce a Bearnado movie.
Yeah, but let me tell you, no one wants to see an AI movie. No one.
No.
You want to have the AI come in when the monster comes in. It's like special effects.
Yeah.
Right. When I see a human talk, I want to see actors. And I'm the guy who's a filmmaking expert at it. You want to do the B-roll that's forgotten, or you forgot to get, or you want the monster in the shadows. You want the B-roll, the feeling of the place before the scene starts. These are things that could amplify. And then if you go full cartoony, go for it, because it's like the uncanny valley. Like
Sure.
you better be good, otherwise it's like, oh, that's weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you might as well just go cartoon with it, and then you're good.
Yeah.
All right.
Well,
we'll talk about this offline. So at least we're at a minimum, we're going to do a time for the El Mirador episode.
That sounds like a great episode.
Yeah.
I'm excited to hear more.
It's some really cool stuff. The glyphs in El Mirador are very enigmatic. They don't know, they can't read it. Maybe now they can, but at the time they didn't know what it read, which is crazy, right? But it was very celestial. I mean, that the stars are mapped and everything is full of math. There's this one stone there that's it's like at the entrance of the whole area. There's this big stone with all this writing. It's no one knows what it is, but it looks like stars and
Yeah.
Wild.
It's
that's awesome.
It's Narubu. That's where they all came
Evan,
from.
you've lived like 50 lives.
Yeah. We say that every time.
Every time.
Yeah.
But thanks for taking the time with us
Oh,
today
yeah.
just to tell some of your stories, and we'll be in touch. We'll start collabing again. It's like you said, it's been over a year and a half. We need to do something.
Yeah, let's do it. So many stories. Thanks,
Absolutely.
guys.
No,
Yeah.
thank you very
Appreciate
much.
you guys.
Yeah, you
Keep
too.
going.
Yeah,
All right,
you have a
see
good
you
night,
later.
man.
See ya.
Cheers.
Oh, I ended them a little bit early, but that's okay.
Oh, there's the sad chair with no Andy.
I know, right? You gotta put it back in the middle. Go back to the interview stack. Perfect.
Oh, well.
I think we're gonna close it out. We've done 4.5 hours.
I'm a little tired.
I'm exhausted. No, but thank you all for hanging in here with us through thick and thin.
Yeah.
And
I think what we're gonna do is edit this down and release, like, I'm not gonna release
Chunks of
4.5 hours onto the podcast, like audio.
Yeah.
I might break it down to a couple episodes, like the national park interview.
Oh, that's a good
and
idea.
The Evan interview.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that. That's a good idea.
'Cause there's a lot of filler stuff. in
There's a
this.
lot of filler. So,
Yeah.
but no, some of you who hung on through till the end, thank you very
Yes.
much. This is a lot of fun. I actually enjoyed it, but I am exhausted.
Me too.
We've been talking for 4.5 hours.
Yeah.
But anyway, thank you all for tuning into our show and listening to Locations Unknown. Please tell your friends and family. They're not all 4.5 hours long. So, but just remember, when taking a walk in the woods, always remember to leave no trace. Thanks, and we will see you all next time.